Good morning and welcome to this year's edition of Ars Electronica and to the opening theme symposium. Panic. The very word carries weight. We all know the feeling. Sudden, overwhelming, often irrational, a racing heartbeat, breathlessness. The urge to flee, even when there's nowhere to go. For me, this morning it came in a very small way. For a moment, I didn't know where my moderation cards were, and for a moment my heart was racing. That small surge of anxiety made me realize just how quick panic can rise. Does that sound familiar to you? When was the last time you felt panic? Did it come in a global headline or in something as small as a notification on your phone? And when it came, did it want to make you retreat? Or did you feel like something must change? Or maybe both? Today is exactly about that tension, what panic does to us. We are here not to induce panic today, but to listen to it, to work with it, to work through it, and to ask, what is it telling us about the systems we live in? And how can we respond to panic, not just by retreating into fear, but by claiming agency? My name is Johanna Wallenborn. I'm a futures researcher and consultant on open source and digital sovereignty at the German Informatics Society, and it's my utmost pleasure and honor to guide you through this day. So, where do we begin? With the recognition that panic can extend far beyond the individual. Panic is biological, it's social, it's political, and increasingly planetary. And its causes are everywhere around us. We live in turbulent times. Authoritarian movements are gaining ground, political tensions are rising. The return of Trump to the global stage signals shifts in alliances and ruptures, and even in the language of truth itself. And then there's technology. AI and digital technologies do not represent reality anymore, they produce it. So yes, panic is in the air. The question is, what do we do with it? Do we let it paralyze us? Or can it become something else? An alarm that awakens us, a force that mobilizes us, or a starting point for a transformation? Our aim is not to deny panic, but to understand it, to reflect on its causes, its consequences, and perhaps to discover new ways of being together. As Gerfried Stocker reminds us, panic is not the end, it is the beginning. A sign that change is not only coming, it has already begun. Throughout today's program, we will explore panic from many vantage points, and we will begin at the most intimate level, the brain, where panic originates as an evolutionary survival mechanism. Together with neuroscientist Philipp Tovote, we will look at the ancient circuits of fear and survival, how our biology shapes our reactions, and why panic is so deeply hardwired into us. Following this, Tanya Singer asks us to consider the opposite side of panic. In No Panic, How to Develop Resilience and Train the Social Brain, she shows how empathy and compassion can be trained and cultivated as antidotes to fear. Next, we will look at what happens when technology doesn't just surround us, but enters directly into our brains. Marcello Jenka invites us to confront the neuroethical challenges of this new frontier, where implants and brain-computer interfaces promise breakthroughs in health and capability, but also raise urgent questions about autonomy, the protection of our mental integrity, and privacy. From here, we expand into the wider worlds. In Worlds in Disorder, Natascha Strobel, Stefanie Fenkart, Emran Feroz, and Josef Mühlbauer will examine how authoritarianism, conflict, and insecurity are reshaping Europe's society and Europe's very sense of itself. The conversation will then turn to complexity and scale. Georgina Voss and Thomas Moynihan lead us into Death by Complexity, a conversation about the tangled system that govern our interconnected worlds and the cultural fascination with collapse that has haunted human imagination for centuries. In an age defined by crisis, Isabella Herrmann and Julian Reed ask us to step outside the gravitational pull of dystopias. Isabella shows how anti-dystopian stories can spark action and solidarity, while Julian reveals how resilience has become a defining principle of our time. Finally, we will turn toward practice and possibility. In Occupy Peace Tech, Nathan Coyle and Fernanda Parente show how technology, so often a driver of disruption, can be reimagined as a tool for peace building. So together, these conversations will ask, is panic a signal that the system is failing or that something new is trying to emerge? Can panic become a catalyst for peace, justice, and possibly imagining alternative futures? And how do we, as citizens, artists, scientists, and technologists, choose to respond? Across today's sessions, we'll move from the macro to the micro, from the neural to the geopolitical, and from the present crisis to the futures ahead. Panic will not only appear as a biological reflex, but also as a social condition, a political tool, and a cultural lens. By the end of today, we will have explored panic as both danger and opportunity, not just something to be managed, but a signal urging us to imagine new ways of being together. So today, we sit right in that tension. Panic as collapse, panic as an invitation, panic as danger, and panic as possibility. And if at some point you feel overwhelmed, don't worry, you're in the right place. Panic is basically our dress code today. But jokes aside, panic may be our theme, but connection, curiosity, and a bit of hope is what I hope we'll all leave with today. Thank you for being here. I look forward to an engaging and thought-provoking day together. So, let's begin where panic begins, the brain. What actually happens when panic takes over? To answer this, we will turn to Philip Tuvote, who will guide us into the evolutionary foundations of fear and survival. Trained as a neuroscientist with a focus on how emotions shape the body, he has traced the pathways of stress and fear from Basel to Hawaii, and now leads the Defense Circuits Lab at the University of Würzburg. His work reveals how brainstem circuits orchestrate defensive states, linking body and mind in moments of threat. So let's welcome to the stage Philip Tuvote.
Thanks, Johanna, for this kind introduction. I'm very happy to be here. I want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me. And it's a real pleasure to be part of this year's Ars Electronica. It's a bit of a different venue that I normally speak in. So my name is Philip Tuvote. I'm a neurobiologist and co-director of the Institute of Clinical Neurobiology in Würzburg. So as Johanna already said, what I would like to do today is to approach the conference's topic on panic, yes or no, from a biological perspective. Because after all, fear, anxiety, and panic are, evolutionarily speaking, very, very old emotions that developed early on in animals, from which we then developed also, and can thus also be observed not only in us humans, but also in animals. But let me start with something that concerns us humans and us as members of society, which is the fact that anxiety disorders are among the neuropsychiatric diseases with the highest prevalence. You can see here that we have 15% of people regularly suffering from anxiety disorders, 2% of them with panic disorder, and a much larger margin here in females. We therefore have great incentives to better understand those conditions, and to do that, we need to understand brain function better, because fear, anxiety, and panic originate within the neural circuits of the brain, predominantly. Importantly, and I'm saying this right away now, even though we can draw clear parallels between humans and animals in terms of emotions and the circuits that promote them, we should not think that they are indeed the same. Even between us as humans, a feeling can never be the exact same, right? So it is really the subjectiveness of our feelings and the fact that we can verbally report them to others, which distinguishes us from animals, and especially rodents, which is our sort of model of choice. We separated from rodents 65 million years ago, while those rodents evolved at the bottom of the food chain as prey animals. we sort of ended up on the top, luckily, some would say. As neurobiologists, we rather like to talk about defensive states and use these anthropomorphic terms, fear, anxiety, panic, in a rather careful manner. Yeah? Okay, but let's dive in, once I've clarified this, to understand our principal working model, where a threatening sensory input, such as a cat for a mouse, is perceived and processed by evolutionarily old, so-called survival circuits in this mouse's brain here. And this survival circuit means that they are conserved across species in humans, in animals, because they allowed our ancestors to survive. Yeah? They're very important. They made us come all along to today. So the threat activates a certain brain activity pattern, and this pattern is associated with defensive state, which we would then call fear or anxiety. This is our model. And ultimately, then, that state triggers a behavioral action, for example, freezing, something that is well known. In German, we would call that Schockstarre. And the same stimulus can also lead to very different response, for instance, a flight response. So we, as neurobiologists, we want to understand and elucidate brain activity and other conditions that are underlying those different fear, anxiety, and panic responses. And before I give you really an insight into the brain circuits here, I want to make a very important distinction, a semantic clarification, which is the difference, scientifically speaking, between fear and anxiety. So, unfortunately, in the German language, for instance, even if though we have the word Furcht and we have Angst, we are really using it interchangeably and we don't really differentiate them. In English, however, and in a scientific context, the distinction is very clear. Fear is the state that is evoked by concrete, immediate threat. For instance, imagine you'd encounter a wolf in the wild. Yeah, in Austria, I think this is already possible again. They're coming closer also to Germany now, so maybe this is also a nice thing for the future. Anyways, this is the state that we would call fear, scientifically speaking. Anxiety, however, is the state that is evoked by more ambiguous, unclear threat, such as maybe going into this misty forest and being a bit unsure whether this is dangerous or not. And the adequate primary reactions to these different emotional states are also different, which I tried here to signify with these faces. So we call an adequate reaction adaptive because it would give the organism or the person an advantage, such as screaming would possibly chase away the wolf. However, screaming at an empty forest, on the other hand, might not be fully senseful, and then that would be called maladaptive. All right, finally, let's go into the brain. Anxiety, fear, and panic are generated by similar brain networks in rodents and humans, which, as I said before, allows us to study basic processes in mouse models. Here we see schematic drawings of mouse and human brains with the most important brain regions for fear, anxiety, and panic in similar colors. You can see there are relatively similar colors. They're a little bit differently distributed, of course, because the brain changed during evolution in size, and we developed this big neocortex. So of those regions, and there are many more actually that are missing from here, the prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and periaqueductal gray in the brainstem play a major role and are involved in generating these defensive states. These brain regions, importantly, send information back and forth among them, so it's not a unidirectional information flow, but they all communicate up and downwards. And ultimately, they send information to the spinal cord and also to the body to generate fear responses, running away, freezing, and so forth. So we can understand a lot of things concerning brain function from looking at those brain regions, and we can do so in humans. Everyone will have seen this or heard about this, for instance, using functional magnetic resonance imaging. But there's one problem with these technologies, which is it's a rather coarse and poor approximation of brain function. If we really want to understand true brain function, we need to look much deeper than brain regions into the cells that these brain regions consist of and that build very complex networks. So for instance, here's a video of some brain cells in a mouse's brains that are differently labeled because they are very different cells. They're very heterogeneous, and you can already grasp a bit of the complexity on how these cells are sort of connected to each other and wired together. And here I brought a bit more of a schematic drawing of cells that are very specifically connected in the amygdala, one of the main regions that are also important for fear, anxiety, and panic. So if all of this is so complex, how can we ever understand this as from a biological perspective? Now, fortunately, nowadays, we have the tools necessary to investigate these cellular networks in the brain and how they mediate brain functions. One key technology for this is called optogenetics. This method uses light-sensitive channel proteins that were originally found in marine algae and that can be introduced into mammalian cells, brain cells. This is already regularly done in basic research in mice and other animals, but proof of principles are already underway in humans, specifically to cure people from blindness. So this video on the left here shows one of these ion channels. You may remember this from school, where ions flow in and out of neurons, of these nervous cells. And we can now introduce these light-sensitive ion channels, and when we illuminate that cell, we can essentially have a remote control for neurons that allows us to either activate those or inhibit those cells within a certain brain region, and importantly also, we can select the cells of our choice. And here, this is how it looks. I brought some examples on how we do that in our lab. In these mice, we introduced this light-sensitive channel in selected cells of the brainstem in the periaqueductal gray. This is a very old network element that already evolved in the age of the dinosaurs. So if you want it's the reptilian brain. And when we activate those cells with light, maybe I can start that video again here. You can see that in one case the mouse is going into a freezing reaction, and when we increase the light power a little bit, that animal is now starting to go into more of a flight reaction. We can also, interestingly, when we now look, we can be a bit more specific. When we look at a subgroup of these neurons inside of this brain region, we can see the mouse is freezing again when we activate those cells, and at the same time showing that it's not just behavior that is changed, but also the cardiovascular activity. We see a massive decrease in the heart rate, as you can see here, when the mouse is frozen, and once we turn off the light, the mouse starts running around normally again, heart rate goes up. We can also turn that experiment around and scare the mouse a little bit. As you can see here, the mouse is freezing in the face of this toy snake that is remote controlled from the outside. But watch what happens when this control light turns on here. In this moment, we are illuminating the same cells again, and we are now inhibiting them. So they can't do what they normally do, namely making the mouse freeze and react with fear. You can see the mouse is rather checking out that stimulus now, the threat, and is sort of curiously investigating it. And watch what happens when this turns off again. There, the mouse starts to freeze again and goes back to that fear reaction. So clearly what these results showed is that there are switches, elements within these evolutionary old brainstem circuits that mediate different fear and panic reactions. So this would be what we call a command line, so to speak, from the brain to the body. But I also told you already before that the body sends back information to the brain through the spinal cord. And this is very important. This is a process that is called interoception, the signaling of bodily states to the brain from the body. So you can see here, these were the top-down commands that I just showed you in the mouse. And then in blue here, we have these ascending information from the body to the brain. And a lot of research in animals and humans suggests that the interpretation and unfortunately the misinterpretation of this information from the body plays a huge role in panic disorder and in actually creating maladaptive panic. This is depicted here in this circle of anxiety and panic disorder, where you have these bodily symptoms as part of a vicious circle that ultimately leads to panic disorder. And in research recently, there was a breakthrough where people have started, this is work from Stanford University, where people have sort of used optogenetics to not mediate brain function, but actually pace the heart and induce higher heart rates, accelerate the heart of mice while they ran around. And when these researchers did that, they were able to show that the mice indeed became a little more anxious and started to walk around the edges of this open field rather than through the middle. Now, scaring mice, okay, this is an academic exercise. What we probably would rather like to be doing is not scaring them more, but actually making them less scared by interfering with this interoceptive information. And this is what we do in our lab at the moment. Recently, we were able to identify a cell type, again, in this brainstem area, periaqueductal gray, where when we activated it, we massively reduced heart rate, as you can see here. So a very selectively down-regulated heart rate. And on the right side, you can see a video of a mouse's brain sort of transparently showing this cell type, this group of cells in the periaqueductal gray. And you can also appreciate that these cells, while the bodies of the cells sit in the brainstem, they send their projections, their cables, their axons, where the information is shot sort of to the other regions, upwards to the forebrain. So they have a very directional way of sending the information, and we believe that these neurons could be a good target for future interventions in interfering with specifically these interoceptive cardiac information, potentially helping to develop something that we would call targeted circuit therapy. So, shortly, I want to repeat some take-home messages here. Fear and anxiety reactions are normal reactions that evolve to defend against danger and harm. I think we will hear about this many times, and I think this is also the good news. Yeah, fear and anxiety are principal, very normal, very helpful things that evolved in animals and that we have, and we shouldn't think of them as in principle bad for us. Evolution created brain-wide circuits for defensive states and actions, including panic, so we should not think of the amygdala, for instance, or the cortex or other brain regions as very specific places where these very rather complex emotions are located. It's always a network that involves most of the brain or many parts of the brain. Then, to make things even more complex, the body interacts with the brain to generate emotions and influences this through interoception. And panic is an appropriate fear reaction when it comes to direct and imminent threat. This is what these survival circuits are for. So before we finally come back to the question of this conference, panic, yes, no, let me quickly remind you that we can indeed control our emotions with these other brain circuits that we have. So, for instance, if we encounter a snake in the wild, we might be rather, panicky about it and run away. If we encounter the same animal in a zoo, for instance, we might be attracted by these interesting reptilians. And this is sort of the effect of the context that determines the relevance of the cue and the stimulus and our cognitive control that allows us to actually control our emotions. Okay, so finally, from a neurobiological perspective, that allows us now to give a differentiated answer to the question whether we should panic or not. If threat is imminent, yes. Freeze or fight, let your instincts rule. This is what the survival circuits in your brain are there for, and they are good to do this if threat is imminent. However, when things are a bit more difficult, and I think this is what mostly we are talking about nowadays and in society as a whole, my personal answer to this, based on the biological background I have, is rather favor reason over impulses. Breathe, calm yourself down, look and listen, talk and discuss, essentially what we do today, and approach the issues, do not avoid them. Because ultimately this will enable us to solve the very complex issues that we are facing as communities, societies, and as humanity as a whole. With this, I'm at the end of my talk. I hope I could provide some new insights for you and food for thought for this very inspiring venue. I want to thank all the people in my lab who do the sophisticated experimental work and our collaborators and funding agencies, and you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Philip, for these fascinating insights into the networks of panic, fear, and anxiety. And I'd love to open up this conversation a bit further. So I invite all of you, if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. Oh, all right. Okay, we already have a couple of questions. We'll bring a microphone to you.
Simple question. Panicking because of Donald Trump in the US, is this a real panic or a pathological reaction?
So I would say it might be both. First of all, I'm not sure if I can be political on here. I'm trained not to be political as a bayerischer Staatsbeamter. But so even though we may agree that this person is rather difficult in its behavior and could elicit quite strong emotions in us for no good reason, as a whole, he is also part of the very complex political system. I think in principle, the reaction to the political situation that we are facing globally and also as nations or in Europe should not be rather panic, but rather a weighted, rather cognitive response, that is adequate to solve these complex issues. That's not to say that I wouldn't, I think it is also normal to sometimes be really fearful of that guy. Yeah.
We have another question from the audience.
Well, I have a question and a request. The request would be, I was too slow in taking pictures of your takeaway messages. If you could be so kind to re-screen them, be lovely.
Absolutely.
And the question is, if not, also. The question is, I just yesterday stumbled across an article by Jonathan Haidt. I'm sure you're familiar with him. And when you started off with statistics from 2010, he said 2012 is actually when all the statistics went off the roof that are related to anxiety. First, any comment on that? He relates it very clearly to the smartphone and social media, especially in youth and the brain development during adolescence. And what I found interesting in yours is that you work with the introduction of light as a mediating intervention. And smartphones also work with light. I don't know whether there's anything about that. He only refers to the content. So I don't know what the question is, but a comment that you might feel inspired to comment on.
Yeah, I think maybe this question is also something that Tanya might be much better be able to answer when it comes to this societal, anxiety developments. So I'd rather leave that to her. When it comes to the light thing, we use light with optogenetics really as a very precise, temporally and spatially very precise tool to interfere with neural circuits. We did that in biomedicine for centuries already, right? I mean, taking medication is essentially manipulating your own circuits just in a temporally, spatially rather poor way. It's convenient to just pop a pill, but the specificity of that intervention is rather poor. Optogenetics allows us to do this in a very, very precise way. And since in biomedicine we also have techniques such as deep brain stimulation, where we use electrical currents to cure people, for instance, from tremor in Parkinson's disease, these are very effective therapies. The idea to use optogenetics ultimately also in humans, to use light to be very specifically interfering with these circuits, is on the horizon. As I said before, it's already done in the retina, in the eye, but there are already proof of principle studies that go a step further. The issue that we still have is the gene therapy aspect of it, which will take a while. Now, coming back to light in principle, of course, the brain is wired to take in light through the eye, and that enters into our brain and creates activity. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are also studies that show that certain constantly bombarding your brain with light from the outside as an exteroceptive stimulus actually changes a lot of things in your brain, and can also, for instance, work on your circadian rhythm and obstruct that. And if you have an obstructed sleep cycle, then that also might contribute to anxiety and panic even. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are running out of time. I don't know if it's a quick question, maybe we can squeeze it in.
Thank you. My question is just if anxiety and hope have any similar neurological functions, because my understanding is that we perceive fear as like the perception of a threat as imminent, so certain, and anxiety is perhaps the perception of it as something that's uncertain. It could be otherwise. So is there a kind of sense that there's some optimism to anxiety, perhaps on a neurological level, there's some similarity? I was wondering.
It's an interesting thought. This is why I love these venues or something like this, because you sort of get ideas and inspiration that is not the most parsimonious thing to think in from our perspective as neurobiologists. What I can say is that I'm myself always surprised that even in these evolutionary, this is a more general answer, sorry, in these evolutionarily old circuits, such as the periaqueductal gray, that there are, even there, it looks in us humans, many higher order functions are somewhat anchored or related even to those brainstem circuits. So I hope, I would say is a very human feeling, something very high order. It would be very hard to model this in animals, but nonetheless, I'm making it short, there's one thing that I always love in my field. There's a study that shows that links the periaqueductal gray, this brainstem, to the feeling of religiousness and God in people who sort of have lesions or lost parts of the PAG, and then they actually lost their, religious people lost their feeling in God. So whatever that means, it might be a very indirect answer to your question. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip, for these inspiring insights. Let's give a big round of applause to Philip. So from the primal circuits of fear, let's shift our attention to the circuits that connect us socially, the ones that allow us to empathize, to care, and to build resilience. What if we could actually train our brains to be more compassionate, more resilient, and more socially attuned? That's exactly the terrain we're going to enter with Tanja Singer. A social neuroscientist and psychologist, Tanja leads the Max Planck Society's Social Neuroscience Lab and is a pioneer in understanding the social brain. Her work spans neuroscience, psychology, and even contemplative traditions, showing how targeted mental training can reshape our brains. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Tanja Singer.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm also speaking as a neuroscientist, but I will focus on humans only. So I'm doing non-invasive human research only. As a social neuroscientist, we also actually are concerned with these problems of our time. So we are concerned about an incredible increase of loneliness, depression, stress-related diseases, anxiety, and as Jonathan Haidt was cited, in the loneliness research, we observed for the first time that the most loneliest population are younger people, 18 to 25-year-old or even younger people. So not the 80 plus where you would think, okay, they have a reason to feel lonely, but very young population. And there is a lot of research starting to suggest that that is actually to do with social media, with the polarization, the deep learning algorithm in social media, and a sense of disconnection to self and others. So what I hope to tell you today is positive news, right? So I'll not go back to the anxiety circuits, which obviously we also have as human beings, as you saw, right? But how can we actually counteract panic, anxiety, and all these downwards trends, no, of increasing stress, depression, and so on? So perhaps, obviously, if you want to change this big mental health crisis problem, there's a loud noise here, but I hope you can hear me. You can change, institutional design, you can change laws, you can do that. But I'm a psychologist, so I'm interested in how can you change your brain? How can you change your mind? How can you, every morning when you wake up, do something to counteract panic or stress or overwhelm, right? What can you do yourself? And then also education. So the goals of the research we do is to actually ask how can we boost social cohesion, social connection, how we can train the social brain, meaning can we get more empathic, more compassionate, more perspective taking, learn these social qualities which allow us to cooperate with others more, to become global cooperative citizen. And I will show you, and I hope that this is really good news, that if you train the social brain in all these adaptive capacity, you actually automatically regulate stress. So you can regulate through the increase of these capacity, you can become less stressed, you can boost your mental health, and become more resilient, right? So it is a win-win situation in a way. So let me introduce you very quickly, because I have very short time, like how do we do that, right? 3 studies we did. One was the resource project. That was one of the, it was in 2013 to 16, it was one of the largest ever done mental training study in this field, where we started to say which different exercises you can do with your mind and what effect do they have, right? It's a bit like if you would have no science in sports, and the first time you would ask which kind of sport would train which muscle in your body, right? And this was, in a way, the question we had, which mental exercise do you have to do to train which circuitry in your brain? And then it was such a success, I'll tell you in a minute, that the society asked, how can we scale that now and bring it into society? So I will show you how, through the COVID pandemic, we adapted these programs to become more and more low-dose, online, and scalable, so that we can bring them now in education and healthcare. So that was the resource project. It was like a 9-month longitudinal mental training study. And we had like 300 participants, 12 teachers, which were training people like you and me in 3 different mental training modules. And the first 3 months module was basically training your attention, the capacity to focus your attention into the present moment, right? Not getting constantly distracted by stimuli from thinking in the future, thinking in the past, right? This is also called nowadays mindfulness, right? There's a movement about that. It's introduced in a lot of healthcare system and also companies. And then we had a socio-affective module, which was actually, you could say it is a module of your heart, opening your heart and training what we call the affiliative care system. So this is a system which is very evolutionary, very old, right? And it is actually an antagonist to the system which we heard just before, which are also evolutionary, very old, anxiety, fear, threat, right? So if you activate care systems with gratitude, through loving kindness, through compassion, through acceptance, you can actually activate in the brain circuitry of opioids and oxytocin, which will calm you down, right? They will basically make you feel less stressed, soothe you, become less aroused, right? So that the biology is really perfect. So how can we activate that through mental training to actually counteract stress and panic? And then we had a very cognitive module, right? We had a perspective-taking module, which is really prefrontal circuitry to basically become better in understanding the beliefs, the intentions of others, the thoughts of others. It's a cognitive module. And so we had exercise every 2 days. Every day you had to do exercise. I don't go into the detail of that. but perhaps I'm telling you a little bit more about the social brain so that you can understand what we actually train here, right? Before we go to the exercise. So why do we have these modules, perspective, affect, and that's based on a model in neuroscience which differentiates between different capacity and skills we have, right? So it differentiates between the skill to empathize, which is to resonate with the other emotions. So if someone is sad, I'm sad. If someone is happy, I'm happy, right? Compassion, which in German is Mitgefühl, is a bit lost in translation here. This is actually coming out of affiliation care system. It has absolutely nothing to do with empathy. And I will show you a little story narrative of how we as scientists discovered that empathy and compassion are relying on two completely different circuitry. And then there's the third circuitry in our brain, which is the sociocognitive, which allows us to take perspective on another person, right? To have a metacognitive perspective. Okay, so let's go into the distinction between empathy and compassion, because this is very important to help you understand how you actually can overcome panic, which very often nowadays is elicited by empathic distress, right? If we look at news, we look at news from Gaza, from Israel conflict, from Ukraine conflict, what you feel very often is empathic distress, right? You are overwhelmed, you cannot act, you don't know what to do. And that can lead, in the worst case, also to traumatization, secondary trauma, and so on, right? So it's very important to understand this network better. This is how we measure empathy in the brain, right? We put people into the scanner, we measure their brain activity, and what we could find is that we have like paralimbic and limbic networks, which are alarm networks very often, like, if there's threat, as we just heard in the human, the ACC and the anterior insula would go off, the amygdala as well, and say, hey, there is something to do, right? A negative feeling of stress. And when I see my partner getting pain or suffering pain, right, we did some little electro shocks on the hand, which was like activating the pain matrix in the brain. What we could see is that in my brain, just knowing that my partner is now suffering pain, my pain matrix was activated, right? So I was basically mirroring, through activating my pain network, what the other was feeling outside, right? And that was quite revolutionary because it meant I can feel with the other even though I don't get pain right now, right? Just by imagining the other or seeing a movie. So at that time it made the world, it was a science paper, it's a big thing in our world. So then the next question was, how can we make people more empathic, right? At that time I was very naive. I was like, let's do the whole world, make a better world, more empathic, right? So in neuroscience, when you do plasticity research, training research, you look for the experts. You usually look for those who did, thousands of hours of motor training, for example, like pianist or violinist. And I had to look for experts who have thousands of hours of empathy or compassion training. So can you imagine, a bit difficult, where to find them? And that was my luck, because I started to get involved with these guys, the Buddhist monks and the Dalai Lama. And so he sent us, this is like you see a lot of Nobel Prize-winning Western scientists here around the table, from quantum physicists, neuroscience, psychologists. And the Dalai Lama is extremely curious about science. So he had this dialogues. And then he said, okay, now I sent you my expert mentalist, right? The people who can really, really produce mental states like real experts. I sent you them into the scanner, into your labs. So we got these kind of incredible experts of the mind into our labs. And one was Mathieu Ricard, who himself, from origin, was a French neurobiologist. But then he left science because he said, people are not happy enough in science, and became Buddhist monk to become a happy. But the thing is, because he was a scientist, I could ask him in the scanner, can you please go 30% into happiness, 90% into angriness, right? Angry was not easy for him. And this is where we discovered, when I asked him to feel with and he had to imagine a BBC video of like starving children. And I wanted to see this empathy matrix, right? And so when he went into compassion meditation, loving kindness, gratitude meditation, what they do, right, these Buddhist monks, I saw a completely different network lighting up. And this network is usually known as reward affiliating positive emotion network, right? It's medial orbitofrontal, VTA, and so on. So I was like, is he thinking about his cake he will eat, or what is he doing? He's not suffering with these children. He's not empathizing. And then he told me, but you didn't ask me to empathize with the other. I'm going in unconditional states of love, of care, of benevolence, of altruistic motivation. I said, oh, okay, so I really didn't understand this difference. So I understood compassion is totally different than empathy. So then I said, can you go back into the scanner and now do empathy as we define it? You suffer with these kids, right? You just suffer. And he was like, why would I do that? I said, for science sake. You have to show me that you have a pain matrix and empathic response. So he did that, and then this other network light up, this empathy for pain, this kind of alarm network in the anterior, and so we had seen for hundreds of people. So we understood that there is a compassion network in the brain, which is evolutionary, very old as well. It is a care, it is an altruistic motivation, no? It is the network which you need to care about your children, for example, right? The offspring. It is totally pro-social. It comes with very resilient, positive emotion. And empathy is very healthy, right? To be able to resonate with the pain of the other, to feel the pain of the other. However, it can lead to panic. It can lead to empathic distress. So if it turns into, you don't know anymore that this is the emotion of the other, it becomes your own, right? It becomes your own trauma, your own panic. Then you are in the loop, downwards loop, right? It's all about you, it's about regulating, it's about closing up. So what we teach people in these kind of mental training modules is to go from healthy empathy into compassion. So we teach people to switch their brain system, right? To go from one system, which is a healthy empathic response, into the care system. And you can teach, through psychology and mental training, people to feel the difference between these systems, right? And in which you are. So that is what we do, and because that's just showing you again how complex social brain is, right? We have attention networks, we have cognitive thinking network, reflective networks in green, and we have a difference between empathy, compassion, which are limbic, paralimbic networks, right? So because we knew about these networks, we said we should, like in sports, right? Like in a fitness center, we should be able, with different mental training exercise, induce plasticity and change in this network in the brain. And that's what we did. And that was what was published then in Science Advances, which is a very good journal, because it was revolutionary. It meant after 3 months, just 20 minutes of mental training every day, you could change the structure of your brain, right? You can change gray matter thickness in your brain, meaning after 3 months of attention training, your prefrontal parietal structures get thicker and attention gets better in computer tasks. After 3 months of this care system, socio-emotional, compassion training, you get better in compassion, you get more compassion, and these paralimbic, insular, and other networks get thicker. And then again, the same people, the same brain, 3 months later, doing other exercise, doing metacognitive exercise, get stronger STS, TPJ, prefrontal, that's what we call the mentalizing also default network. So that was revolutionary. We were like, wow, you can train your social brain. Even with 45 and 55, you don't have to be a child, right? Like long into your adulthood, just by internal daily training. And one exercise which was particularly good and efficient was what we call a diet, meaning it is a 12-13 minutes exercise we do with someone. I would do it if we would be a class. I would do every day a 30-minute exercise by phone or via app and train my brain with you listening. And then after 5 minutes, it's your turn to explore a certain question, and I listen. So we are learning together with other people to train our social brain, empathic listening, compassionate listening, and all these networks I showed you, right? So if it looks a bit like a meditation together, no? When you are in the same room. You can also do it on a chair. We just did it with the Lufthansa on chairs, of course. And we have an app, right? So it's very easy. There is a listener, and he asks a question. So, for example, to reduce stress, panic, and all that, you explore every day. Tell me a situation where you felt stress, panic, anxiety, everything we just heard, and how did it feel in your body? And that's relating to what you just said. We are training what you just said, interoceptive body awareness, because this is where you change panic and stress in your body, not here. It's not like conceptual. It's by basically feeling signals in your body, you can change how to regulate your emotions, right? That's what we do every day for 3 months or 8 weeks, and then we go into the second part, which is boosting resilience. So we are asking, for what was you grateful, right? Gratitude is one of the most resilience-building social emotion you can do, because it activates the care system as well, right? So, and then you change role, and what we could show, I'm just doing it very quickly, is that you could boost the sense of connectedness, of social cohesion, of closeness, of we are not like isolation. So we could reduce loneliness. The resource project has basically brought us more than 60 different science peer-reviewed papers, so it's a huge study. But it wasn't scalable, right? People started saying, can we have these training programs into schools, into healthcare, into wherever we need resilience, right? And we said 9 months, it's a lot, and lots of retreats. So here came the COVID-19 pandemic. And we engaged in a mental health study, which was called the COF social project because of COVID. And what we, in the first phase, observed was an increasing stress level, increasing depression and loneliness, especially in women and the young people, but in everyone, and especially in the second longer lockdowns, right? It really went bad. So what we did is, can we use now a purely online, low-dose mental training program of only 10 weeks, not like 9 months. Just one group was doing classical attention mindfulness exercise, and the other was doing this partner-based exercise every day, right? So just 8 weeks, only online, only 12 minutes a day. And what we found was gorgeous, because we never had thought that we could really find, just with this low-dose thing. I make it very quickly because we have no time left. But what you see is that the diet, this partner-based social exercise, has 2 rows of findings, whereas this classic mindfulness has only 1 row of finding. So what we could show is that the social exercise is much more efficient than doing exercise of attention with yourself, right, alone, in boosting resilience, optimism, boosting hope, boosting positivity bias, reducing social stress on the cortisol hormonal level, and so on, right? So what we did next is to say, okay, now we know that it's possible. We know that we can scale it, and we can purely also do it online, and it has similar effects. Let's bring it into society. Let's serve society. So now we are bringing these programs into healthcare, into schools, and this is the EduSocial project. It's called EduSocial School or EduSocial Healthcare. We just ran a study with 120 teachers. Oh my God, are they stressed? They really, really, really need these programs. And we finished it, and more than half continue since several months to do these daily practice by themselves. I mean, they just voluntarily continue doing this practice because they are just good for them. So if you are German in Austria or in Germany, we will start next year a huge study with 900 teachers. If you want to participate in a study in such programs, you can just drop us an email. What we started to do in the healthcare system, this is like a group in France. I'm half French, so I did that with the University of Strasbourg, to basically train these resilience building practices with doctors, with nurses, with therapists, and because they were extremely stressed during the pandemic, obviously. And that really created a network among them because they would do diets every day across full France in the middle of their day in hospitals. And so we are bringing that now into the medical studies, right, with medical studies. So this is how it looks like when they are doing diets in a retreat, like 120 people together. We did a pilot in the Lufthansa, like we did a company pilot where we did a 2-month journey with lots of people from the Lufthansa connecting with each other across different groups, and that worked equally well. So I'm saying this always works, whether this is healthcare or schools or company, we are human, right? And the social brain is a basic human thing. So if you want to learn these techniques, I'm having a sabbatical in Salzburg, and so we start a course the 26th of September. So this is very unique because I will give it live, the whole 2 months course. And so if you're interested to know more about how to train your social brain, how to build up resilience, how that works, right, you can just sign in. There's still some spaces left. So thank you. These are the webpage. You find a lot of materials, a lot of brochures, everything for free. And also if you want to engage in research studies, you can also find the links there. Thank you so much.
Fascinating insights and how we can also build collective resilience. I'm sure some of you are already buzzing with questions, but maybe one question from my side to start off with. So you say that we can actually train the brain to become more resilient, possibly becoming better at dealing with like multiple crises. In your experience, is there a certain limit in terms of how much resilience we can build up, or is there a point where you would also say resilience is not the answer, but actually you have to work through it? Like there is a reason for these other emotions to feel, and resilience is not the answer.
So perhaps then it's important to clarify how you build up resilience. You build up resilience by 2 pathways. One is to actually confront your panic, your depression, your fears, and basically accept them, learn how to be with them and how they can very quickly change in the body, right? That's the first part of this dyadic question I will ask every day. So it's not about suppressing it, it's not about doing as if you have run-off fear, if there is no panic, there is no stress, it is about actually becoming friend with it and knowing how to transform them yourself, right? That's one most efficient way of how to cope with this, let's say, non-adaptive or negative emotion. And the other thing is the second question in this partner-based is gratitude. This is how you actively activate system in your brain which are positive in the sense that they will allow you to biologically reduce, high arousal and the amygdala calm her down and the whole HPH axis activity, right? So there are these 2 pathways, but it would be a misunderstanding to think that resilience has nothing to do or is like ignoring negative emotion. It's absolutely not. You have to confront them, but you don't have to make them bigger as they are. We are very, very good in amplifying by telling them and then re-amplifying and re-amplifying and re-amplifying, and then they become 3 times stronger than they were originally just by us doing it, right? Yeah. And that we learn how not to do that, how just to be with whatever this emotion is, and then it will pass. Yeah. Yeah, and then you can see, oh, it's coming, it's going, doesn't matter, right? The body doesn't know any drama.
Okay, that's really interesting. I wish we could do like a little session together right now to help us throughout the rest of the festival.
This is why we have this 8-week course. We are doing coachings, every week, where we would basically answer these in depth, right? How do you do that? How do you really cope with emotions? So
I'd love to open this up and see if there are any questions from the audience. Yes, over there.
I have a 15-year-old daughter who panics quite heavily. Any app, any program I can direct her to that you could recommend?
So I think it depends how strong the panic is, because if it's really like, let's say, almost already pathological panic, like a real panic disease, I think it would be actually more advice to
She is in therapy.
Okay, she is in therapy.
In addition to that, anything.
Okay, in addition. So I guess
do.
the therapist will probably also have a lot of tools, but there are many different apps and also programs, also online programs out under the keywords of compassion-based therapy, mindfulness-based training, and these dyadic training, they are rather new, right? They are not yet totally in the whole world, right? You will find them more or less on my webpage. You can go there and find
on your webpage.
Yeah,
they're specific.
because this is really social training, and that especially when the youth has a lot of problems to feel totally disconnected from themselves and lonely, but they always have to project an image of themselves that they have like 20 million followers, are super great, are wonderful. And so what happens is that the projection of how I really feel, especially in puberty and when my whole brain is rewiring, right, the hormones shooting, and the image I project to outside, which is gorgeous, no pickle, everything wonderful, you know, is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, and then panic and sometimes even suicide, right? The suicide rate in 15 years, especially in America, goes up exponentially because probably of this discrepancy that at some point you feel like if people would know my real self, if they would know that I'm not like what I project in social media outside, this perfect being, right? Then nobody would love me anymore, I would have no friends anymore, and so on, right? Shame. And then sometimes suicide is the answer. So we really, really have to do something about that, right? Talk about it and start re-engaging in true, vulnerable, real dialogues. Like in the diet work, you show your true vulnerability and not your fake image of yourself. And that reduces stress and anxiety and all these things automatically. And we have the science to prove it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're already running out of time for the Q&A, but we do have a break after this session, so possibly there's some time to exchange. Let's give another round of applause to Tanja Singer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've gone from circuitry of panic to circuitry of empathy and compassion, and now we turn our attention to another frontier, where brain meets machines. Imagine a world where technology is not just in your pocket, but inside your head, not just measuring your thoughts, but potentially influencing them. What does it mean for autonomy, for privacy, and what it means to be human? Our next speaker, Marcello Jenka, is a cognitive scientist, a bioethicist, and a philosopher who operates right at the interface between neuroscience and artificial intelligence. Having led the research at ETH Zurich, the EPFL, and now professor at Technical University Munich, he has become a global voice in shaping how neurotechnology develops responsibly. Let's give a round of applause to Marcello Jenka.
All right, so let me start with the thought experiment. Oops. So here's Maria. Maria suffered from a severe stroke. And after the severe stroke, she lost most of her motor function. But she's now wearing a sleek robotic exoskeleton that allows to operate directly from her brain. So she can control this exoskeleton, and through that she can regain motion and the ability also to gesture and embrace her loved ones. Here's another one. This is Philip. Philip spends a lot of time on his smartphone, and he spends a lot of time using a new app called TalkTick. Unlike other apps, TalkTick doesn't rely only on swipes and clicks, but it utilizes data directly extracted from Philip's brain using these neurosensing earbuds that are plugged to the device. The app allows, for example, to reveal peaks in his brain activity associated when a video of fried chicken crosses his social media feed, or when the surge of anticipation of a new travel destination appears, or when the parasocial feelings of attachment and approval when his favorite politician speaks. Now, neither Maria nor Philip are real people. They are AI-generated images and conceptual devices. But they embody the emerging reality of the world of human-machine merge that is approaching at a very high speed through a new technology called brain-computer interfaces. Now, these brain-computer interfaces allow a direct communication pathway between the brain and external computing devices. And in doing so, they open up the most inaccessible part of the human dimension, namely the human brain. Now, this scenario that we are opening, in some sense, goes beyond even the Bible of dystopia, which has George Orwell's 1984, as you all know. In 1984, in describing this totalitarian surveillance of the Big Brother, George Orwell writes that nothing was your own except those few cubic centimeters inside your skull. But now neurotechnology allow us to open up even those few cubic centimeters to access information from the human brain and make it readable. And I will argue that we should not panic about that. In contrast, we should embrace this technology, but with caution and vigilance. Now, the technology that makes this possible is the so-called brain-computer interface. And this technological possibility works as follows. First, electrodes need to collect data from the human brain, either from inside the skull or from outside through so-called non-invasive technologies like electroencephalography, as you see here. And then these faint signals from the brain need to be amplified. We can say that these neural traces are what we can call some rhythmic whispers from the brain. And these electric rhythmic whispers need to be amplified in order to make these faint signals measurable. And after the signals are measurable, we need to extract relevant features that are associated to meaningful information that we want to collect from the device. For example, if you're controlling, using this technology to control a robotic wheelchair, then the signal that you want to extract is the signal, for example, of turning left or right or moving forward. And this information needs to be correctly classified, and this task of classification is typically done by artificial intelligence algorithms, especially deep learning. And then at the end of the cycle, we have an output. And this output is the command that we want to generate. In fact, the process of turning left, turning right, moving forward, or controlling a robotic device, or even simply a cursor on a computer screen. But enough with thought experiments. Let's look at reality. So this is research done by my colleagues at TPFL in Switzerland that led to the creation of a brain-to-spine interface that allowed the first human with full lower limb paralysis to take the first historical steps again. So autonomous walk through a device that could bypass the lesion in the spinal cord of this patient and refunctionalize the sub-lesion area through this brain-to-spine connection. This is I think, one of the most remarkable clinical developments that we have. But we also heard before about deep brain stimulation, which is a technology that is already quite routinely used in clinical neurology to allow people with Parkinson's disease to severely reduce their tremor-related symptoms. And in the field of speech neuroprosthesis, we are also able to allow people with aphasia with some kind of regain verbal control through a brain-to-speech interface that can allow them to transfer brain signals directly onto speech neuroprosthesis, or speech synthesizers that can speak on their behalf. But while all these are examples of clinical medical neurotechnologies, the field of neurotechnology is rapidly expanding outside of the clinical domain and spillovering into consumer markets. All data economy companies are now relying on neuromarketing, which is the use of neural signatures to predict consumer behavior and consumer profiles by creating comprehensive psychographic profiles And some companies are also moving a step forward and entering the neurotechnology market. For example, Apple has just patented the incorporation of neurosensing capabilities into the new generation of earbuds. So in some sense, what we're experiencing here is the new frontier, what I call neurocapitalism. So if the standard digital economy was predicated on what Shoshana Zuboff called surveillance capitalism, namely the use of digital data in order to predict and survey human behavior, neurocapitalism could take a step beneath behavior and look at the neurobiological predictors of human behavior. So not just what we do, but also the prerequisites, the correlates of what we do. So not just what we want, but also what may be underneath our threshold of conscious awareness. Here is an interesting example of spillovering of neurotechnology outside of the medical domain. What you see here is a US-based company, BrainCode, that developed a brain-computer interface for monitoring concentration levels in educational settings. So the system works with a kind of traffic light system that tells you if the child is paying attention or not. So if the light is green, it means you are concentrating, you're focusing. But if the light turns red, it means you're spacing out, you've been distracted. And this technology is being pilot tested in elementary school in China, which again, we can see the benefit in terms of optimizing educational process and assisting people with learning disabilities or attention deficits, but at the same time, it opens a new frontier of surveillance onto the human brain. Now, these trends are broader, can be interpreted in a broader sense. In fact, the decade we're in has been regarded by many as the decade of personal neurotechnology. So just like the 1980s were the decade during which the computer became the personal computer, the PC, so it stopped being a technology that is confined within educational or research settings like military labs and became a technology of personal use in every household. So neurotechnology is rapidly proliferating outside of the clinical and research domain into a variety of applications for consumer and personal use. One of the biggest players in the field is Neuralink, a company that is producing now implantable devices for people with disability, which is a very laudable goal. But at the same time, Neuralink is also the only company that has made public statements, official public statements about the upcoming testing of neural implants for the general population. So not just for medical uses, but also for consumer use. And again, the problem here is not precisely this one, but it is more the problem in that at the same time, the owner of Neuralink has served in government and has voiced quite extremist political views, and while serving on the US government, has made active decisions to defund and even cancel some of the institutions like the Food and Drug Administrations in the United States that were tasked with oversight over unsafe biomedical applications. And at the same time, made active decisions to defund independent university-led brain-computer interface research, creating competitive advantage for a private company. So this shows a structural problem of global political governance of technology, namely that technology will not automatically develop for the public and collective benefit unless we want it to, but there is always a risk that it can be hijacked by individual actors for personal gain. At the same time, we should be mindful that like any other powerful technology, neurotechnology as well is of great interest in the military. In fact, for decades, the military has been the #1 investor in neurotechnology. DARPA in the United States has been exploring for decades the use of brain-computer interfacing for enabling intercept-free communication on the battlefield, as well as for the modulation of fear-related emotions in combatants. At the same time, in other countries like China, now the official military doctrine of China's Red Army makes explicit use of cognitive warfare as a site of warfare. It's not just the proliferation of the technology into new domains of applications that is increasing the threshold of risk. It's also the increased readability of the signal. Artificial intelligence, as I mentioned before, turned out to be an extremely useful tool to read out brain activity and decode the brain. So transfer basically the raw brain signals into meaningful information that we can treat for medical, but also for non-medical purposes. To give you a sense of how good AI can reconstruct information, here's an example coming from visual computing from a lab in Japan. They utilized an approach to artificial intelligence called stable diffusion on non-invasive neural data, so from fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging. And by training these AI models with the images that people were seeing while their activity was recorded, the algorithm was able to reconstruct visual approximation of that information. So what you see on the top is what people were looking at, and what you see on the bottom is actually the image that the algorithm was able to reconstruct. Large language models are also extremely useful to reconstruct information, not of visual nature, but in this case of semantic nature. So they can reconstruct the neural correlates of spoken words and sentences. Does that count as mind reading? I would argue no, not really, but we can discuss this in the Q&A. What is important is that the readability of brain signals through artificial intelligence is growing over time. LLMs have been a game changer, and most of the neuroscience models that we're training today are based on the first LLM paradigm of GPT-1, which was based on 117 million parameters. We are now at GPT-5, which is allegedly based on 1.76 trillion parameters. Just to give you a sense of the difference in size, if you have 117 10-year banknotes and you stack them together, you can cover the distance between Beijing and New York. But if you have 1.76 ones, you can cover the distance between Earth and the Moon 609 times and back. Well, in the light of all this, I'm going to ask the question that is the central theme of this festival, namely, should we panic or not panic? I would argue that panic is a very useful evolutionary emotion, as we heard in Philip's talk, but if you're being chased by a lion in the savannah. But it's a very useful emotion if we are talking about ethics and science and technology policy, and more broadly, social policy in general. Why? Because fear and panic, they freeze our agency, they narrow our imagination, and they make us react just like cats in the headlights in the middle of a highway. And I would argue that what we need is actually a different approach, an approach that is based on the curiosity to explore, the vigilance to protect, and the wisdom to guide. And this is what the field of neuroethics is attempting to do. The ethics is applied to the field of neuroscience and neurotechnology. And the idea behind that is actually a quite old idea. Already in the 16th century, famous physician and naturalist Paracelsus wrote that thoughts are free and are not subject to any rules, and on them rests the freedom of the man. And this captures a fundamental truth, namely that the freedom to think freely is the prerequisite of any other freedom. And if we are not able to think freely, then any other freedom and any other right collapses. This is the reason why human rights lawyer and myself, Roberto Adorno, we developed a few years ago this notion of neurorights. So fundamental human rights as applied to the brain and mind domain. And we argue that neurorights are a vehicle to steer this integration of biological beings and computing systems in a way that is harmonious and desirable for society. So the concepts behind that actually comes from biology. Biology gives us a very useful metaphor to navigate this human-machine interaction. In fact, in biology, we know from school that there is such a thing as a symbiosis. From Greek of living together, this relationship between different organisms, and symbiosis can be of two types. It can be mutualistic, There's actually a third type, but let's simplify. It can be mutualistic when both species benefit from the interaction. As in this case, a typical example is the bee and the flower. The bee profit from this interaction through nutrition, and the flower benefits from the interaction through reproduction. But there is also a type of symbiosis that is desirable only for one of the two organisms and not for the other one, and that's called parasitic. That's the case, for example, with our relationship to mosquitoes. They get nutrition from our blood, but we don't get any benefit. Actually, we get transmitted diseases. And so to navigate this field of mutualistic symbiosis, policy organizations have been active. In particular, what you see here is UNESCO, which is the United Nations Agency for Culture, which also has oversight over science and ethics. And they appointed a group of experts, of which I have the pleasure to be a member. And the picture you see here, we're standing in front of Pablo Picasso's The Fall of Icarus, minutes after the approval of the first recommendation on the ethics of neurotechnology. And ever since, many other organizations have made have developed policy tools to steer this development. So let's conclude with going back to our first mental experiments. What does it mean for us to steer the human-machine integration through mutualistic symbiosis? It means making sure that we will not stop the development of technologies that can improve the life of people like Maria. And in fact, we know today that 1 in 3 people living today are going to suffer from a neurological disorder at least once in their lifetime. And half of the world population, it's been estimated by Lancet Mental Health this year, will experience at least one mental illness through their lifetime. But at the same time, we should prevent the use of technologies that can lead to exploitation of the general population. And so the goal is that of an empowered citizenship. I want to conclude with a famous philosophical quote, since I'm also half philosopher, from René Descartes. He said famously, cogito ergo sum, but then if our freedom, so I think therefore I am, but then if our freedom to think vanishes, we will vanish too. And therefore we need to make competent decisions to steer the development of neurotechnology for good and mitigate all possible risks for society at large. And doing this will require not just a task for the scientific community and the legal and policy community, but also from the general citizenship. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marcello, for these thrilling but actually also mostly unsettling glimpses into the future.
Oh, that's the opposite I wanted to.
We'll get there now. How do we start? Do we have questions from the audience? Tanya.
Thank you so much. It's very discomforting sometimes to see all these marketing where they sometimes also show gadgets where as a neuroscientist, you know it cannot be true, no? Because you can't measure an EEG just by a little strip, right? So I don't know how many percentage of these, gadgets in the market which advocate for neurofeedback and so on are actually really measuring a proper signal. That's one question. And the other, what kind of rules would you suggest how to regulate? How to regulate the market, because obviously I think we are all concerned about seeing what Elon Musk is doing with the technology of, bringing basically neuroscience down to manipulating people for the gain of money, no?
So that's a very good question. So we did a meta-analysis of consumer available BCIs based on EEG back in 2018. And in fact, one of the findings was that effectiveness was not proven in most cases. So there is definitely a problem of effectiveness, which actually doesn't reduce, but actually increases the ethical problem, in my view, because it creates this problem of generating unrealistic expectations in the general population. So there is a deception problem. Over the last few years, the technology has improved a lot through miniaturization. For example, EEG has been embedded quite successfully in earbuds. And the readability can be cleaned quite well through AI models. So I think over time, I would not be surprised if we manage to develop non-invasive technologies that have higher readability, but not much because of the hardware developments, mostly because of the software development at the level of AI. To your second question, what kind of rules do we need? One that we have proposed is to introduce stricter data protection rules for the non-medical uses of neural data. And facilitated rules for the use of neural data within the clinical domain. Now we live in a kind of paradoxical situation in which it's very difficult to utilize data for legitimate neuroscience research, for example, in the context of cross-national collaborations, but at the same time, companies can utilize data without any kind of restriction. So what we did in the UNESCO recommendation, and what I'm also doing together with the Council of Europe, is to creating rules that introduce data protection requirements in a more balanced way.
I think we have time for one last question, maybe a quick one. Yes, over there.
Thanks very much. I was wondering if you can comment on whether you feel there's or where is the safe limit in terms of cognitive enhancement? Silicon Valley certainly believes that that's where we're headed. And where should we stop and how quickly should we be allowed to get there?
Yeah, so for those who don't know what cognitive enhancement is, so that's when you use a technology to boost cognitive capabilities, but not to restore function. In people with a medical condition, for example, not to restore memory in a person with Alzheimer's disease, but actually to boost super level capabilities in the average population. And this is, again, something that a lot of companies are working on. Some people argue that this is bad per se, because there is something inherently wrong with playing God with human cognition. I would argue that the problem of cognitive enhancement is fundamentally a problem of equality. I think we as human beings, we are animals that evolved through natural selection, and as part of our cultural history, we try to enhance ourselves all the time. If you sleep well, you are enhancing. If you have good nutrition, you're enhancing your cognition. If you train physically. So the problem is not enhancement per se, but it's how evenly distributed that is. And since we're talking about technologies that that are expensive in most cases, that are accessible only in limited parts of the world, then I think we have a very big problem. And I do not want to send my kids to a school where only the rich can utilize neurostimulation to boost their brains, while the kids who cannot afford those technologies cannot. So I think it's fundamentally a fairness and an equality problem.
Thank you so much, Marcello. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. I wish we could continue talking. But we're going to have a 10-minute bio break. So stretch yourselves, get a coffee, maybe talk to someone new. And we'll meet back here in 10 minutes for the panel Worlds in Disorder.
Hello and welcome to the Ars Electronica Festival 2025, and welcome to this panel discussion titled Worlds in Disorder, Times of Political Change and Uncertainty. It's a pleasure to have you all here. My name is Josef Mühlbauer. I'm a political scientist, author of several books, the host of the Varna YouTube channel, and of course a peace researcher at the University of Graz. And today I'm glad to introduce to you my panel guests for this panel on Worlds in Disorder. But first I want to express my deep gratitude to the project manager Daniela Silvestrin, whose efforts and engagement made this panel discussion possible. And a special thank you goes to the artistic director Gerfried Stocker, whose vision has been instrumental in bringing this event to life. And I'm very much looking forward to a stimulating and critical discussion. Since 1979, the Ars Electronica Festival has been Europe's largest platform for art, technology, and science. And every year, the Ars Electronica Festival strives to bring together renowned experts from different fields and disciplines, from art, science, and technology, to explore and discuss the festival's annual theme. This year, the festival's theme is panic, yes or no? A question that resonates deeply with the times we live in. Should we in fact already be in a state of panic? The reasons to panic seems countless. Climate change, wars, live-streamed genocides, economic crisis, the rise of authoritarianism, the rise of right-wing populism, the collapse of trust in institutions, and the list goes on and on and on. In social science, we speak hereby of the polycrisis, or convergence, of overlapping crises that reinforce one another. And in the midst of these turbulences, panic is both a destructive force, but also a revealing one. It makes us irrational and paralyzed, but it also opens up a possibility for a social and hopefully ecological just transformation. So this is the topic for today, and today with our distinguished panelists, we will explore what panic and disorder means and does to society. Before we start, let me introduce our panel guests. First, Natascha Strobl. Natascha Strobl is a political scientist and one of Austria's leading experts on right-wing extremism and the new right. She published books and papers on strategies and goals of the identitarian movement in Europe and is a frequent guest and expert on talk shows, podcasts, and political programs. Then Stefanie Fenkert is the director of the International Institute for Peace in Vienna. As a leading figure in Austria's peace community called NEFCE, she works on issues and on international security, conflict transformation, and peace policies. And furthermore, she is also on the board of the Balkan Forum Pristina. And last but not least, Emran Feroz. He's an award-winning Austrian-Afghan journalist, a political scientist, and his areas of expertise are Afghanistan, migration, and among others, the US drone warfare. He's the founder of the virtual memorial project called Drone Memorial, which documents civilian victims of drone strikes. And his book, Der längste Krieg, The Longest War, has become a bestseller in Germany. So having said that, please let's give them a warm welcoming applause. Stefanie, may I begin with you? As someone working in peace building and peace education for over a decade now, you deal with societies under enormous strain and with geopolitical issues. So from your perspective, could you describe the current geopolitical situation and the times we are living in?
Yes, thank you very much, Josef, for the nice introduction, and thanks also to the organizers who make this event possible and to give us the ability to speak about the difficult times we are facing these days. Josef, you mentioned already that the time and the world has been changing, and I think especially from a European perspective, which is the perspective I'm going to focus on because it is the perspective I'm most familiar with. I think it is time to acknowledge that the world has been changing, that we are not living any longer in this stability we have been used to see. Albeit, I must say, this has been a stability which is one where we profited most. I mean, if we look at the figures, after the Second World War, there have been many, many wars outside of Europe. I mean, just mentioning the Korean Wars, all the decolonization wars, etc. But especially for Europe, it has been a time, I would say, which we call peace dividend, where we profited, where we lived in prosperity and had a positive outlook to the future. And if we look at what is happening right now, we do see that the world has been changing. The unipolar moment of the United States is over, which is one, I would say, development which is of big concern, especially from a security perspective. And on the other hand, we do see that other actors are rising in the world. We have the so-called multipolarity, which is now shaping the world order. We see a loss of credibility when it comes to international humanitarian law, international law general, multipolar organizations, etc. And we are also seeing that this is also shaping how the security of the European Union is perceived, and that the European peace project, which it ultimately was when we look back to the 50s, when there was this idea that wars in Europe should not be possible again. They should be unthinkable and also materially impossible. We now see that this project is under threat from the outside. Wars are back. War on, I would say, European territory is back. And here I'm obviously speaking about a Russian attack on Ukraine. On the other hand, we do see another huge war unfolding within Israel and Palestine. But there are other wars ongoing. Ethiopia, for example, Sudan, wars we do not really speak too much about. And on the other hand, we also see that this peace project of Europe is also threatened from within, and I'm not going to speak too much about it because I'm very sure that Natasha is going to dive into this topic there. So I think this is something we need to acknowledge, that the time has been changing and that we might need to adapt. And this is also why this topic today, I think, of the whole conference here is so important. Is it panic, yes or no, and how can we deal with it? And I've stopped here already.
Thank you, Stephanie, for your insightful perspective. And let me move on to you, Emran. The term disorder is central to this panel, and the term panic is central to the whole festival. And having said that, what Stephanie also mentioned, war, and that the changing disorder is also a frightening situation. What's your take on all that?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. Thanks for your nice moderation, Josef. Glad to be here today. Well, I mean, the overall topic of this year's event is panic, and as a war reporter who is covering several conflicts, but especially the war in Afghanistan for so many years now, I have to say that, like, you know, a constant state of panic is something that you learn to live with, and also in these days, it's overwhelming. It's there when you're inside the country and work, but I think it's even more there, at least in my case, when I'm leaving, because when you're there in such a situation where war is happening, you know, where militant groups are ruling a country, or before that, when NATO forces were fighting the Taliban and so on, and you had a lot of suicide attacks and other bombing attacks in Kabul, you had a lot of war situations all over the country, you just learn to adapt. So what Stephanie already mentioned, you know, learning how to adapt is something that you learn very quickly when you live in these areas, when you work in these areas. And when you leave these places, it's haunting you. And in my case, for example, we now just had a very terrible earthquake in Afghanistan with more than 1,400 people being killed just in one night. And you can see how difficult the situation is on the ground. You need a lot of humanitarian help, a lot of assistance from the international community, which is not there anymore, and that's a huge problem. But well, I just recently wrote an article. I think it hasn't been published yet, but it's about how all these, you know, Afghanistan itself is facing multiple crises in these days. We just had mass expulsions from Iran and Pakistan. Millions of people were forced to leave these countries. Refugees were deported, and it's still happening. Just 2 weeks ago, after more than 1 million Afghans were deported from Pakistan during the last 18 months, the Pakistani government said, we're going to deport another 1 million. And in my case, I mean, I have these professional connections to this country, but since I have also Afghan roots myself, my family is also often affected. For example, I have a cousin in Pakistan. He's hiding himself right now just to not be deported. He grew up there. He doesn't know Afghanistan. And I have other relatives in Iran who were already deported. And this is a constant state. You know, now with the earthquake, and with many, many other things. I mean, by the way, you have a totalitarian dictatorship ruling there, declaring war on women and girls in Afghanistan. So it's a constant state of panic, and I can just repeat that actually a lot of us, we say we're getting used to it, and you know, it has become part of our lives, but actually we need a lot of therapy that isn't there.
Thank you very much for your valuable contribution. and for your insights. Having said that, Natasha, would you like to add your perspective?
Thank you for inviting me. You already mentioned it. We're threatened from the outside, but also there is a threat from within. And I prefer to call it by its name. What we are seeing is a transnational fascist project to destroy our democracies. And it's fascism in the closest of terms. Fascism is one of these words that is used far too often for everything you do not agree with, but also it's used, we should use it more for the things that are actually fascist. And if we are waiting for fascism to return in grisly gray-white pictures and people in uniform on the streets, we will be waiting a long time. But still, the essence of fascism is not the grisly gray-white pictures. What is fascism? Fascism is a reaction to crisis. Fascism arises when the world or different countries are in crisis. We saw it in the 20th century. It was a reaction to modernism, it was a reaction to a lot of emancipation projects, it was a reaction to the breakthrough of capitalism, it was a reaction to the First World War, and we could go on. But now we have a different world. We do not live in separate states anymore, but we have a far more interlinked, globalized world. So the fascism we see in the 21st century is also different because it reacts to a different world than it reacted in the 20th century. So what we're seeing is transnational fascism, a fascism that is not confined to one country, but crosses borders, crosses languages. And they not just only work together, but it's the same fascist project that we see in Austria, that we see in Germany, that we see in the UK. We should focus more on the UK, by the way, that we see in the US, that we see in Brazil, that we see in India. And they belong to the same group of fascists. What is fascism? Fascism is an ideology. Most fascists are not deep-rooted ideologists that believes in building a new world, an authoritarian new world that we can go back to the times as they were, but they never were like they pretend they were. And the means to get there is unbound violence. Violence is a value in itself in fascism. Violence is good. Violence is something you could just do because it's good. And that's what we are seeing. We see fascist leaders and we see a fascist movement. And is it time to panic? Yes, but only for a very short period of time because we do not have the time to panic. We have to act. Because, last sentence, fascism is not just another political opinion or another political movement. Fascism is the very end of everything we hold dear when it comes to consensus, when it comes to discourse, when it comes to democracy, when it comes to pluralism.
Thank you very much for your analysis. So let me, I'm fully aware that we're not in a Hollywood movie where we need to end up positively. But having said all that, I'm afraid that our audience is going to panic. So let us briefly tackle two questions, and please keep your answers very short. I know we can save the world in 1 minute. Please be short. First question, how do we avoid slipping in despair and destructive panic? And the second, what forms of resilience and forms of solidarity can help us navigate this uncertainty? Let's begin with you, Natasha.
What gives me hope? People give me hope because we are social beings. We need each other. our whole anthropology is that we are working together to achieve something. Those that are working together, they got further, because that's how we as human beings are. So we as human beings are primed for solidarity. We're primed to help each other. And it's not just theory. If you go outside and somebody is slipping on the street, you rush there to help that person up, because that's what we are as humans. So that's what gives me hope, because humans do not want to live under authoritarian regimes. They don't want to be sanctions, and they don't want to be discriminated against, and they don't want to experience violence. They want to live in peace and harmony, and they want to live together. And we have to find a political and an economic system that allows people to act that way.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah, that's very difficult now for me, because my topic is kind of distinct from there. Because if we look at what is happening right now, we do see that in the European Union we have been speaking the last, I would say since 2007, about so-called wake-up calls. We have wake-up calls all the time. The first one was a wake-up call when Mr. Putin was saying in Munich at the conference at that time, had very, very harsh words toward NATO enlargement, for example. That was a wake-up call. We had then later one in 2015. We had one in 2017 when Merkel said we might not be able to count on our allies, meaning the United States at that time. So we then had a wake-up call when 2014, when Russia invaded Ukraine, when it took Crimea, when it started the war in the Donbass in 2014. We were speaking about a wake-up call. We spoke about a wake-up call in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine again on a large scale. And then we spoke about a wake-up call right now again in 2025, and this is maybe where I can make the connection with Natasha, is when J.D. Vance had his speech at the Munich Security Conference again. It was very interesting to see how the European leaders have been surprised by what he was saying, because he was literally not attacking Russia or saying by name what was happening there, that Europe is threatened externally from Russia, because it is, because Putin himself definitely says, I am in an everlasting war against the West, so we should and need to take that seriously. But he actually said that the problem we are having are our own democracies, and that exactly those people which Natasha now described as fascist elements, especially right-wing populists, how we try to silence them. This is actually what he was saying, and people have been very, very frustrated and very, very surprised by this. So that was the last wake-up call. I do think it is really a time for a wake-up call for the European Union to look at the world as it is, and also to look at how we are going to manage a unified version and vision of how the European Union is going to act in this multipolarized world which we are seeing. There are other countries, it's not only the United States or Russia. We do see the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, also then maybe now with Iran and other, I would say, difficult countries when it comes to their democratic value, or North Korea, challenging the global world order as it is. But we also challenge it from the inside when we are not sticking to human rights and international law all the time. What is true for Ukraine obviously has to be true for Gaza as well, and this is something which I think is important for us to acknowledge. On the other hand, I also do think we need to step up our defense. But how are we going to do that? There is not really a good discussion ongoing about what is actually needed, how can we cooperate between the European Union partners, and also how do we actually deal with this dilemma, defense versus welfare? Because if you look at opinion polls, Europeans do support the stepping up of defense structures within the European Union, but they don't want it at the cost or expenses of social welfare. This is a dilemma I think the politicians need to face, and it is a very, very serious one. And the other one is also when it comes to democracy, because there is also a generational divide that you see that especially the young generation looks a little bit more different to democracy as the older generation used to be. So younger generations are more prone to looking at their economic future and putting democracy a little bit aside. And I think this is also very dangerous because it might be able then to normalize authoritarian tendencies. And I think these dilemmas need to be addressed by a common European vision, which I'm not really sure if this is unfolding and if we are seeing it already. I don't really see that yet. I'm sorry it wasn't too optimistic as you asked me to be.
Thank you, Stephanie. Eman, please save us.
Yes, is this working?
Yeah.
It's working? No, it's not. Let's see. It's working now? Yeah. So a lot has been already said, and I'll try to make it short and maybe try to add some extra perspective to it as a journalist. So first of all, regarding what Natasha said, of course, when it comes to human beings, to human society, I'm often very pessimistic. But when I talk to the people in Afghanistan who has faced so much more crisis, poverty, exploitation, and so on, over and over again for almost half a century, like, this is not, it's even not enough to say decades, it's almost half a century of war in Afghanistan, and people are still optimistic, and people still try to survive. If you talk to girls, to women who, cannot visit schools anymore, university anymore. My cousin, for example, she cannot visit university anymore. She sounds pretty optimistic. She's working from home. She is teaching from home. She's using the internet. She tries to make the best out of her situation. And what I often heard from people, also especially from refugees in my own family and other people from other countries who come to Western countries, what a good friend of mine recently said, he also witnessed a lot of war, and he noticed something, and I agreed with him. He said, hey, Emran, in Germany, people are panicking so quickly instead of doing something and learning how to, do the right thing in such a situation. Nothing happened yet, and they can still do they can still do a lot. They're still in such a privileged situation. So why are they panicking so quickly? What happens? He was asking me, what happens if the Russians really invade? How will they react then? So I agree with that. So maybe, the general attitude of the people and the society has to change. When it comes to my professional view as a journalist, I think all of the things that has been just mentioned, they're also we as journalists, we also have to learn to be much more constructive and also to fight, especially against propaganda and especially against very problematic things that has become normalized in media. A lot, like when the Russian invasion of Ukraine started, and also before that, I noticed it how a lot of Russian state propaganda was just part. People accepted it and became part of the mainstream coverage. And also now, what I often criticized myself during the global war on terror of the United States was that too often we saw dehumanization of people who have been killed by Western violence, and journalists did not do their jobs properly. And I just see it again for 2 years now, while genocide in Gaza is happening, that you see a lot of flawed coverage, and actually I think a lot of things have gone wrong in my profession, and if you want to repair it, you have to lean back and then analyze what happened wrong and try to do it better. Maybe it's too late in some cases, but it's still better than nothing.
Thank you for your insights. And now time is running, so let's open up the floor for questions and comments. I'm sure some of you had sleepless nights thinking of how to save the world, so now it's the right time to do so. Please be short so that we can collect as many as possible questions and comments, and please formulate a question. And I'm suggesting to collect maybe 3 questions, and you can choose which one of them to answer. You can, of course, comment on all of them. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this introduction. So my question would be, when is it time to switch gears? When is it time to fight fire with fire? We see what's happening, and when are we supposed to actually switch our modes now? And isn't the danger then that we will become similar to our enemies?
Thank you. Yes?
So that's a perfect fit. I have a comment on fascism. I think that The danger is that if we concentrate on too much on this word of fascism, and this is the ultimate danger, this is the ultimate evil, we underestimate the change that is already happening in our Western democracies, and that the fact that a Western democracy can be liberal and free and good for everyone, but it also can be quite repressive. There are a lot of flavors in there. And yes, I agree with the idea that in defending against what Natasha called international fascism, transnational fascism, we already see a change here in Europe. We see the fortress Europe. We see much more repression, much more surveillance, etc.
Thank you for that one. And yeah.
My question is whether Europe has the capacity, given the extent to which it is looking inward at the moment, to become a genuine actor in a multipolar world, to engage countries that are not the United States of America in the way that China does currently.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So maybe fight fire with fire, pumping up the defense budget. Maybe you want to comment on that one, Steffi?
Yes, I think, first of all, it's a fabulous question, and I do think, no, we should not. I do think we need to be prepared. We need to step up the game in a sense of that we also convey the message that if there is something happening, that we are going to be able to defend ourselves, but at the same time, also offering talks, offering dialogue, talking. A dialogue is not a mean and in itself. It is actually a strategic necessity. So I do think we need to step up the game when it comes to defense, but at the same time also look for channels of dialogue, look for diplomacy, look for partners who would be able to support us in our endeavor to go and to make the world, to reduce tensions. So in this sense, I think we also need to look at our rhetoric. So we need to say that we are going to be able to defend ourselves, but we are not going to go to war. And I think this is a very, very fine line. And I think this is something which is very often misunderstood when we only speak about militarization, that we need to invest so much and so many billions in our defense, but it should go along with diplomacy and also with, in my point of view, with a military strategy and also a vision where the European Union, which brings me to the third question immediately, what role the European Union actually does want to play in this multipolar world. At the moment, I don't, frankly speaking, I don't really see that we do have the capacity, because we do need the capacity to be somehow a military power, if you want it or not. The European Union is not a military power. It is an economic power. It does still have soft power, which I think should not be underestimated. But at the moment, I don't think that we have also the political leadership and the vision to say what we actually want to achieve in this world. So we are always looking to the United States. We are then kind of very disappointed if they are telling us what already Eisenhower said when he was saying bring the boys back home many, many decades ago. So then we are in shock. How are we going to cope with it? We need to have a common European defense infrastructure, etc. But then again, also step up our game when it comes to diplomacy, and that also means to look for multilateralism again, because we tend to forget about that a lot. We need to stick to international law, international humanitarian law, because whom are we going to speak about human rights and international humanitarian law if we look at this situation right now? So a combination of all of this is what would be necessary, and very unfortunately, I don't really see it happening at this moment.
May I ask you, Emran, fight fire with fire. The US fought wars in, of course, our Western interest. So what is your perspective what is your Afghan perspective on that one?
Well, I think you're referring to the war on terror in Afghanistan and how it was fought there. Actually, it was very problematic. When the Americans invaded Afghanistan in 2001, there were chances to make a long-holding peace with all political parties, and actually everyone was on the table. Also, a lot of bloody war criminals and warlords who were responsible for a lot of human rights violations. But the Americans excluded the Taliban because they needed the war on terror. A lot of people in Europe also needed the war on terror. And the Taliban were actually there with the white flag and were like, okay, everyone is on the table, what's with us? And this did not happen, and a lot of people who analyzed what went wrong described this as a fundamental failure that happened back then. And today, or let's say in August 2021, you had the Taliban movement, which was at least 10 times stronger than it was 20 years before, which almost controlled all of the country. After the NATO forces left, they took over all of the country, and they, represented themselves as the winners. And actually, when this happened, you could see a lot of people in Europe, a lot of far-right activists and, neo-fascist politicians whatsoever, who were like, yeah, that's a good thing that happened there. Because I even read something, I've forgotten where, it was someone, I think, from the identitarian movement in Austria, people who said like, yeah, the Taliban, they won against the woke US military and, against queer people and gay people, and they're against it, we're against it too. Like, you saw these very questionable things that happened there. And at the same time, I think, and I think a lot of people would agree with that, that after the failure of NATO in Afghanistan, Putin was like, okay, now I go inside Ukraine. It's a good moment to do this. And that's actually what happened. And I think a lot of the Afghanistan would not have ended like that if, the Americans, the West, would first of all have accepted certain realities on the ground, and second, if they, and that's what happened and what Stephanie also mentioned back then. The problem, I think, in Europe, in the West itself, is that, we have many great things. We have many great things, democracy, the liberal system and so on, but if we undermine it ourselves or let others to undermine it, then it's going down, and it will just encourage others to do what they want.
Thank you for your perspective. And the question was understanding the Western democracies and the question of international fascism.
One of the aspects we didn't go too much into is that there is a conflation between democracy and capitalism. It's not the same. For the past 40 years, they told us it's the same, but it really is not. So capitalism can be in the form of, progressive capitalism, progressive neoliberalism, girl power. We have women CEOs now. Everything will be fine. But when authoritarian movements tend to get into power, capitalism can switch gears in a moment. And that's what we're seeing. Also, capital, it's not one big group of evil people doing evil things, because then we would be in conspiracy theory territory, and we do not want to go there. But there are different groups within capital, and they have different interests, and they have contrasting interests. And what we have been seeing in the past 5-ish, 10-ish years is that tech capital arose to be the most influential, the biggest and the most important group within capital. For the years before, it was financial capital, it was Wall Street. But Wall Street was branded as woke and, being in cahoots with the Democrats and Hillary Clinton and whatnot. And now tech capital is the most important fraction within capital. And they have different interests. And they have interest of, using AI for surveillance, getting military contracts and so on, and they do not care about democracy. And least of all, they care about European democracy. And that's what we also saw in the speech of J.D. Vance. He lobbied against regulations for the big tech companies. So we see, capitalism and fascism it's not the same, but they're very much in symbiosis with each other. And the vice president of the United States became the lobbyist for the big tech companies. And that's also important when it comes to the threat within. Capitalism as we knew it is finished. It's at its end. And because many reasons, but most of all because of the climate crisis. There will not be, the fossil fuels industry will not exist as we see it today in 10 years, in 15 years, in 20 years. They are finished. They try to get everything out they can now, and we have to stop that, because that's what's destroying our planet, that's what's destroying our democracy, and if they cannot do it the democratic way, they do it the authoritarian way. And that's how democracy can seem like it's oppressive, but real democracy can never be oppressive. But we have to beware to not conflate democracy and capitalism. It was symbiotic for a time, but now it's in direct contrast to each other. And we, as a people, as a democratic society, have to decide what is more important. Is it capitalism or is it our planet? And if we cannot find an answer to that, then maybe, I don't know, we deserve what's coming.
Thank you for sorting that out. And I see we have a few more minutes, maybe one last round of questions, but please keep them short, and please keep the answer also very short so we can collect a few more questions.
Thank you. Is this on? Yes? No? Can you hear me? Okay, good. This is strange. I would like to pose a question that also is a little bit connected to the three talks that we heard earlier, which was about the neuro part of panic, and also what you were saying about the role that Europe has to play. Obviously, I'm based in Europe, but I'm not originally from Europe, and I've been to some other places as well, and so this individualistic thinking that is prevalent in some countries that actually sometimes functions fairly well for the people that are living there. And so it's important to also look at some of the words that we're using, because there's democratic processes that function that might look like authoritarianism from the outside, but from the inside they're felt differently. And what I'm wondering about is what Europe has to be able to offer when it is coming as an advisor, when it's coming as in a diplomatic viewpoint, how much it also is going to have a layer of the research that's being done, so that then it's not just an opinion, but it also is really based on this is what Europe has lived through, and also this is what Europe is doing in the research now to know how our bodies and how our cognitive functions are working in ways that we need to be able to understand and be able to not be manipulated. Does that make sense as a question? Good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I was wondering, I liked the comment that Emran you made on this comparison between like Western people, so to say, that are maybe like more likely to fall into this panic mode in comparison to people who experience maybe even way worse life realities. And I was wondering if you could maybe share what your explanation is for this, if you have one, like if there's kind of like one like on a sociological level or so, some kind of understanding that you have that explains this, because I think it's an important question maybe. Yeah.
Okay, I see that time is running, so we leave it here. We have only a few minutes, so maybe Emran, this was directed to you.
Yeah. Sure. Thanks to your question. Well, I thought a lot about it, and to make it short, I mean, when it comes to the people I talked to, most of them were from Muslim majority countries, societies where religion played an important role, still plays an important role. And especially in Afghanistan, people have this belief that it's God's will, and He knows better, and He will save you. If He saves you, it's fine. If He doesn't save you, it was written like that for you. That's the belief, and it's very simply described, but that's how it is, and that's how many people think. And to be honest, if you have this kind of thinking, it makes life, in especially such situations, a lot of easier. And that's my experience. And I totally understand this, and I also try to adapt this from time to time here, because here it's overthinking and overthinking and panicking, also on very minor issues, and that's not good for your health.
Thank you. Europe's role as an advisor and
maybe also to the question which was to you. I don't know some figures from the European Union, because I think this is also very interesting, because the European Union is not always as united as we might think it is. Especially if you look at the Baltics or Poland, you do have a very, very different threat perception. So their people, literally, they do fear. Mostly they're very pessimistic when it comes to their physical security. And this is also because of their past, because of literally Russia have been occupying them, so especially in the Baltics and Poland. If you look more to the Western countries and to the Southern countries, you see that it's a lot more economic anxiety, and that also has is in line with their experiences. So all those, I would say, realities which are happening, so be it economic crisis, be it wars, etc., they do create emotions, and they do also have some connection to real-time experiences. So this is, I think, always also very important to acknowledge that there is no such unity, also not within European countries, and to understand this distinction is important. And when it comes to solidarity, because you do have Baltics and Polish people are saying, oh, but we need to be strong on Russia, and then you do have the Spaniards and whatever saying, oh, but we actually fear more our future and our we have financial anxiety. And when it comes to research, unfortunately, I was not able to listen to the other panels in the morning. But generally, I do think that research should be as independent as possible. And I don't think that this is happening these days too much. I mean, I know it from my field how difficult it is, for example, to have real research on what is happening within Russia right now. This is something we really don't want to touch. There is no money for it. Also, if you look at what are realistic, I would say, threat scenarios, you do see it from militaries a lot, but you don't really listen to people working on peace processes, etc. And maybe one more sentence and then I finish, because I think this is something I did not mention before, is that peace processes are very, very long processes. And while I understand that people do think it would be good for meeting Putin, Zelensky, or Trump, and then it's going to be peace, this is an illusion. It takes normally years. It is a very difficult, very long, and very fragile process, and it is a lot more than the absence of war. So peace is literally a process which goes towards justice and decreasing violence, and this is something where a lot of effort needs to be taken into, and it takes time, and unfortunately there is no shortcut, but we also need to look for what has been successful. Inclusion of women, for example, inclusion of minorities when it comes to peace negotiations, etc.
Thank you. Natasha.
I want to say to something Emran said. I think because something you said, it resonated very deep within me, because it reminded me of my family. No, in no way comparable the situations, but I come from a working class family. And I learned from the very beginning that this world was not designed for people like me. So I had to jump over so many hurdles to even get into university, for example, as the first person in my family. So I learned from the very beginning as a child, if it's not working this way, you may have to try it that way or that way or that way, and you have to do this and this and this. And to experience joblessness or even homelessness, it was just not me personally, but within my family, it was just a lived experience. It was not theoretical, but I knew what it felt like because I saw it within my family. So I was much more resilient when I compared it to other people who were just crying because they got bad marks at university. And I couldn't understand how it could be the end of the world, because I know it's not. And if you're coming from working class backgrounds, and working class is very much a migrant working class in Austria, or from minorities, and so on, and you live in a world that was absolutely not designed for you, you get much more resilient. You're not panicking that easily, but you try it another way, and you call someone, and you have someone, and you can do this for a while, and you can live there for a while, and you can try it this or that way. And of course, no one should go through that, and we should have a society where all this is not necessary, but I think it's one answer to the question, why are people who have experienced so much are not panicking this easily?
Thank you, Natasha, for the touching words. I wish we had the whole day to discuss further politics and geopolitics. So let's give our experts a warm applause. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the festival.
Welcome back, and welcome to our next session, Death by Complexity, Ultra Systems and Other Non-Existential Risks Revised. We live in a world where complexity can feel overwhelming. Networks of technology, politics, and nature intertwined in ways that are often beyond our comprehension. At the same time, fears of collapse and apocalypse echo across culture, reminding us of old narratives, but also shaping the way we imagine the future. In this session, we will look at this question of complexity and collapse through two very different but deeply interconnected perspectives: the scale of systems and the scale of time. Georgina Voss is a writer, artist, and scholar, and the author of Ultra Systems. Her work explores how large technologies, or large-scale technologies and industries, shape our world, and how studying these ultra systems, with all their breakages, frictions, and hidden logics, can help us see complexity more clearly, and perhaps help us even change it. Thomas Moynihan is a historian of ideas whose research traces how humanity first came to recognize the possibility of collapse and its own extinction. His work examines how models of the universe, our sense of time, transformed our ethical responsibilities, teaching us how our actions now can reverberate far into the future. Please join me in welcoming our two panelists.
Okay. Hello, you can all hear me okay? Good, marvelous. Thank you so much for the very kind introduction. It's a delight to be here. So about me, my name is Georgina. As you just heard, I am an artist and writer and have led a number of design studios. And the work that I generally do looks at how complex technologies exist with us. So I don't come at this from an exclusively technological perspective. A lot of the work I do is based around performance, around publishing, sometimes using fairly high-scale technologies such as digital fabrication, sometimes using fairly low-tech technologies such as scanning and printing. But I'm particularly interested in where human culture and the human scale fits into this. I published a book last year, Systems Ultra, Making Sense of Technology in a Complex World with Verso, that again unpacked and worked with a lot of the art and design projects in the studios I'd run to think about how complex systems can be experienced, again at the human scale and through human culture. This is not a technical book. There are no diagrams. There are also no photos either. I kind of was interested in how writing and craft could be used to bring out some of the strangeness of the way that we experience strange systems. What I'm going to be talking about today, using an old project as a jumping off point, is again, as we've heard, about the idea of scale and systems and where panic might or might not fit into that. And by panic, this can also be fear and overwhelm. There are going to be images, there's going to be no text. Oh, can you see my slides? That was what I've just realized. Right, okay. Can we keep the slides up? And don't worry about me, just keep the pictures up. Thank you. So there are going to be pictures through this, no text, just the images, not my face is here, as a way of thinking about and using this older project, particularly about robotic systems, as a way to think about where scale might fit into all of this. I wanted to start with a fairly low-tech example, given that we've been talking about panic, of what this might look like. This is, I'm sure you've seen these, a warning sticker for something very, very low-tech in a cafe in East London. Of the white curve there is a very, very low roof. This is something to be feared because you might bash your head against it. So where fear and panic can come in doesn't always have to be at the large or the complex. It might be something simple. But we can also think about it in something that might be particularly a little closer to home for Ars Electronica. This, again, is another stickman that is being warned not to be sliced in two by the robot, and asking those who come around him to not enter what is described as the robot work envelope while the robot is operating. The robot in question is this one. This is from a project that I did several years ago now that is hosted by an advanced manufacturing facility in the port of Rotterdam. For those of you who know your robotics, you might spot that this is a wire arc additive manufacturing robot. It essentially does 3D manufacturing through welding. It lays down layers of metal to build them into something. It's autonomous. The reason it has the red curtains around it is because it's a welding robot, so there is a bright light that shines out. So you do not enter the envelope, the red curtains here, while the robot is working, or you might get quite seriously injured. The robot itself, however, though, works from software. This type of software, where you would build out something using, again, CAD/CAM programs. You give it the instructions, it has the instructions for what it's going to do, also how it's going to move in 3 dimensions and across time, and it will build a thing. For the project that I used this for, I was really interested in this intersection between this fluidity of software, the thing that is seen as maybe the aspect of systems. What a system is can be thought of as a form of software, a direction that is given, a structure, something which is immaterial. And yet, something like this robot, and something as we do, we live in a very material world. So the project that I made, and this is the tiniest part of this, was something that was manufactured over the course of a week using this robot to cast the computational shadow underneath it, the thing that lies underneath the structures, particularly in somewhere like a port. So software, as I mentioned, is very entangled with this idea of systems, and particularly think about systems and scale. This is an idea that goes back to, we can think of it in terms of the Cold War, of the emergence of a type of large-scale militarized computational systems that lead to command and control instruction, something which is seen as frictionless, something where if you can describe the system, you can describe its entirety. There are not necessarily many people in these types of cybernetic systems, or if they are, they operate within the system itself. We can go back even further to Northern Europe and the Enlightenment era to think about how this idea of system comes out of particularly early astronomy, of where the natural world gives us systems to look at. They are seen as mappable, they are seen as controllable, and systems are often seen from the top as something that can be written and programmed and not from the inside. But being around maritime systems and being in the systems we have can change this perspective. Maritime systems are large, as I'm sure that anyone who has been anywhere near a port knows. This is the building that the company I was working with had their office, had their structures in, and there are very many other large things here. You can see it's a large building. It was used to build submarines, and now it hosts large, it was technically called startups, but more investigations into the scale of things. This is something at Aqualab, where they explore water conditions and how that might be used to test around the construction of maritime vessels. Ships, for example. And you can see even here we have a very large tank. You need large things to test large projects. You can also see an extra large sized rubber duck in the background here to add to the sense of scale that we've got. But inside gigantic things, in gigantic systems, is the human scale. This is the robot envelope again, and this is someone hoovering up with a vacuum cleaner afterwards, because someone needs to do it. There's a lot of dust and there's a lot of metal fragments, and this is something that, this is, I think, an engineering intern who is very smartly dressed. We have jeans, we have smart boots, but who still has to do the human job of cleaning up. We have the human nature of work as well, and the difference between the spectacle of the system and the labor that it involves. In the front of this photo are the many engineers who were involved in programming the robot I've just shown you. Not just one, but many to get all the different complex parts. And in the background, with the pale blue shirts and the yellow baseball caps, are the visitors who are looking at what we can't see, but which is the sculpture that has been made, the thing. The spectacle of the machine is more interesting and more grabs the attention more than the actual work that goes into it and the jobs. So we have here this idea, this presence of how the spectacle and responsibility are somehow offloaded somewhere. The people who are actually doing the work are not the people who will be noticed. So if we think about this in terms of panic, in terms of where we are today, again, this is maybe even closer to what panic looks like, not just something which is dangerous and mechanical, but something which is very large as well, and which itself not even cause injury to the little person in the picture here, but will actually cause injury because it exists within the larger electrical infrastructure here of the cables and wires. From the Enlightenment, we see the idea of the sublime as merging, as a way of thinking about experiencing enormous and terrifying forces in the natural world, which become enormous and terrifying, such as a storm at sea, if we are out in a ship, when we put our small, puny human-scale bodies against it. It puts our size into perspective. So the sublime describes these things which might crush and pulverize us, but it also describes things that by their scale, such as maybe in a large electrical system, maybe in AI technology, which has been utilized, or as we heard in the last panel, weaponized by a government or by a company, things which might seem incomprehensible, untouchable somehow. And this idea gets expanded by the historian David E. Nye, who describes the technological sublime. He describes at the end of the 19th century in North America, mega engineering projects like bridges and rocket ships, which come later, instill again that same awe and fear and wonder into an increasingly secular population. Later we get the atomic sublime, described by the historian Peter Hales, where he describes how the mushroom cloud that emerges from atomic explosions is likened to natural phenomena such as testing. Again, it abstracts human moral responsibility away from what is actually happening. And this leaves us in perhaps a dilemma about where we think about scale and panic now, because these are large mechanical objects that I've been showing you, but a lot of what we experience, as we've heard through digital technologies, aren't so easily captured in ways that are physical, but I'm also not quite sure that's the right question. This is a screen grab from a performance piece, Bigger Than Before, that I gave in 2021. So this was when we were in the middle of, in the UK, lockdowns for the pandemic. It was originally meant to be a performance piece about scale in the Netherlands, and then we realized we couldn't do that because no one was meeting in person. So I attempted and tried to explore, what does scale look like when it's through the small screen? How does that operate when what we see comes through smaller frames, things like, things like our laptops, things like phones, even smaller smart devices? Where do we get that sense of scale? Does it still operate in that way? And a lot of the talk about scale and fear, again, kind of comes into this sense of it's unknowable, it's too big, it's not containable. One of the lines that and we talked about this, I've been thinking about when we started this, when I started preparing this talk, was a line that you may have seen floating around social media, that climate change will manifest as a series of disasters viewed through phones with footage that's closer to where you live until you're the one filming it. But this idea is still that where scale gets experienced through screens only becomes knowable and fearful when it actually burns around the horizon of that. I am aware of time, so I'm going to very quickly, before we hand over, again, think a little bit about where we experience scale through screens to bring it again into the mode of panic, and also to, I think, feed back a little to the last session as well. And think about what scale we can see through screens. I want to finish my talk here by referencing two essays about kind of what horrors can be seen of war and genocide through screens, the scale of it as well, that draw on two essays about Gaza from the editors of N+1 magazine about how horrors can be experienced through screens, and from Sarah Jeong, the technology writer writing in The Verge, about how these types of images are transmitted through TikTok. In both of these essays from N+1 and Sarah Jeong, The writers point out that there is an almighty scale and volume and frequency of the images of videos that are ceaseless and bloody and predominantly filmed by people in Palestine as they are transmitted, and in a way that is similar to previous wars and horrors, but there is the volume, the scale of this is what is different. And the Palestinian-American writer Sarah Aziza asks, well, what does all this looking do? This is not war photography, it is not the humanitarian photograph, but distress signals. This is not about the experience of scale, of being able to experience something very large through a small screen, but rather more setting up a parasocial relationship with the people who are documenting their selves. And this is different, these writers argue, from what we might call war photography or the humanitarian photograph, which attempts to capture the scale of horrors. This is something where it actually boils it down to something smaller and more relational. I'm going to leave it there for now and hand over to Thomas. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I'm very sorry I can't be there in person, and it's such an honour to share the same panel with Georgina. That was such a fascinating talk, and yeah, I think there's some connections with what I'm just about to speak about now, particularly on this question of scale. So I'm going to speak a bit on my work on the history of the idea of extinction, which in a strange sense is a history of scale. So without further ado. So it seems these days we are increasingly talking about extinction. Whether this be the mass extinction humans are currently inflicting on other species or the extinction of our own. But this idea of extinction is a surprisingly modern one. Of course, people have always thought about end times, but in traditional religious imaginaries, the termination of humanity was often thought to coincide with that of the wider universe, or otherwise as part of eternally renewing cycles of the same. It required a lot of discoveries about existence at large for people to begin accepting that human beings might entirely die out, never to return, with the rest of nature persisting in its mute vastness without us. Humans had to learn a lot about our position within nature's wider systems, stretching from the scale of the biosphere up to that of the cosmos itself, for this awareness of species mortality to coalesce. So with the rest of this talk, I want to briefly explore how this was discovered and how this required disproving ancient assumption that humans are somehow inevitable and that nature cannot exist without them. So, to move on. Beginning in 1543, Nicholas Copernicus, as we all know, initiated a string of discoveries, eventually proving our planet is but one amongst many within a universe ungraspably large. Copernicus's revolution did make people feel small, but it didn't initially make them feel lonely. Far from it. Responding to the cosmic vastitudes revealed throughout the 1600s, Blaise Pascal famously admitted, "The silence of these infinite spaces terrifies me." But we forget what else he said. He wasn't terrified by loneliness, but the opposite. He hated the idea of countless populated globes that know nothing of us, he said. He hated the ignominy of being unremarkable. Because Pascal assumed all worlds host the same animals our planet does, down to the mites, such that all earthly things must cosmically recur without end. He was not alone. In 1647, Henry Moore declared that long ago their earths have been, peopled with men and beasts before this earth, and after this shall others be again, and other beasts and other humane birth. Dizzyingly, Moore even pictured infinite Adams coupling with innumerable Eves. Back then, people had no idea how species originate, via unrepeatable histories which thus tether their occurrence in space and time, such that there was no appreciation animals would not be shared across all planets. Indeed, many pre-Darwinian theories actively obstructed this insight. One prevalent belief held species pre-exist all their incarnations as indestructible seeds, which are spread universally through matter. Writing in the 1720s, one naturalist proclaimed, Seeds of all terrestrial organisms are spread evenly throughout this vast universe. He pictured them clustering around planets like filings of iron around magnets. Which led him to conclude, whatever may be the fate of this Earth, there will always be other terrestrial globes which are inhabited by as many generations of men and animals. When species disappear in one globe, they reappear in another. And this is why, in 1769, Denis Diderot agreed that even if the sun was extinguished, we'd just have to wait for it to reignite for, in his words, the biped animal named man to reappear. Prominent scientists at the time concluded that all of Earth's particular species would effortlessly and briskly return after universal global annihilation. Moreover, in 1830, Henri Saint-Simon argued that the only reason we are Earth's only civilized creature is simply because humans filled that niche first and now obstruct other animals. Nonetheless, he claimed, if man disappeared from the globe, the best organized animal after him would perfect itself. Saint-Simon was convinced that beavers rank after us as the most perfectible animals. So, in our absence, presumably, he thought they would become suspiciously simian and civilized. Again, identical reasoning was liberally extended beyond Earth. In 1850, it proclaimed, man must be repeated in each solar system. This gladdened him as he concluded the same laws of morality are therefore shared across the stars. Concurrently, the astronomer Thomas Dick conducted a population census for our universe. Assuming all celestial bodies are inhabited, he extrapolated the contemporary population density of England across the known cosmos. This led him to estimate that the universe hosts 60 quadrillion rational souls. Dick was clearly picturing them as humans, given he was confident they were, of course, all Christians like him. These are his population census figures for the solar system alone. You can see that he even assumed Saturn's rings would be happily occupied by rational Christian souls. So, to move closer to the end here. It was, of course, Darwin who began to unravel this. Darwin broke with prior assumption, which held that every species that could exist would exist, either simultaneously or sequentially. Darwin recognized, contrarily, that of all organisms possible, only a vanishing few ever have or will exist. Life is the way it is today, he realized, because a select few organisms propagated in the past to the permanent exclusion of other possibilities. Nonetheless, Darwin believed this largely meant pruning unviable attempts. He thus believed natural selection worked toward what he called perfection, which he assumed looked something like us. In one 1860 letter, he wrote, if every vertebrate were destroyed throughout the world except for the reptiles, then after millions of ages, today's lizards would eventually become highly developed on a scale equal to mammals and possibly more intellectual. Accordingly, notions of the cosmic inevitability of humans, or at least humanoids, persisted. In 1900, one English reverend sent this angry letter to a science magazine. He'd been upset reading a book which claimed humans might not be found on all planets. Such a statement, our reverend felt, was surely too sweeping. Even professional paleontologists continued producing similar conclusions. In 1928, William Diller Matthew asked what would happen if Homo sapiens perished in some global cataclysm. This, he concluded, would be a mere setback for evolution. Because, Matthew assured, if other mammals survived, the future destiny of the world might belong to some superintelligent dog or glorified weasel. And if all mammals perished, Matthew was certain that the lizards might rebuild the age of reptiles, evolve again into dinosaurs, and later develop into progressively higher intelligent animals, culminating in some reasoning being. Supporting these notions, there was, around this time, awareness that planets have histories, but little appreciation that they have different ones. Instead, it was largely assumed they all represent younger and older versions of the same evolutionary arc. Due to contemporary theories of solar system formation, Venus was considered younger than Earth, and thus going through something identical to Earth's Mesozoic. Its surface was pictured as a swampy jungle, populated by dinosaurs and other familiar Mesozoic species. By the same token, Mars was considered an elder version of Earth, dominated by super-intelligent and highly evolved humanoids, of course. Similar ideas persisted well into the 1950s, with popular science magazines imagining astronauts hunting dinosaurs on a youthful Venus. These hopes were finally toppled when the Mariner and Venera probes throughout the 1960s revealed Venus's surface is, in fact, hellish and scorched, finally proving not all planets share one developmental arc. It wasn't long before some were theorizing how planetary histories can veer down drastically different pathways, in ways that need not be predetermined. Yet, even at the 1959 centenary of Origin of Species, one expert was still proclaiming that the development of higher types of mammals, and to some extent of a being like man, is necessitated. And so the assumption survived healthily for years to come. As late as 1982, one Soviet science magazine claimed that the dolphins, having returned to land, could have taken our place if our ancestors had not come down from the trees. One 1981 book on evolution proclaimed that if the dinosaurs hadn't died out, highly intelligent reptiles could well have evolved on Earth. The year after, the paleontologist Dale Russell revealed his Dinosauroid, a thought experiment speculating what troodontids might have become had they not perished. The results were still suspiciously humanoid. What finally upset this outlook was, of course, the Alvarez hypothesis, revealing that the dinosaurs perished due to a chancy extraterrestrial collision. Previously, many assumed the dinosaurs were doomed to extinction due to maladaptation, or, in other words, because they were not enough like us. But recognition that they had disappeared due to an asteroid stressed the profound role of contingency in shaping a biosphere's history. Or, as Stanislav Lem put it in 1983, none of us would be here had there not been, 65 million years ago, a catastrophe in the form of a trillion-ton meteorite. We are, Lem concluded, not products of inevitable progress, but progeny of hecatombs and holocausts. Nothing like humanity would have evolved were it not for that chancy collision. So, to briefly conclude, I want to conclude with another famous revelation that more subtly overthrew residual belief in repeat humanities and inevitable recurrence. Prior to the early 1900s, most scientists assumed the universe lacked limits in space and time. Crucially, although Darwinism made it unimaginably improbable, in a limitless cosmos, repeats of humanity would be bound to happen, no matter how unlikely. This is why, as late as 1929, Nobel-winning physicist Robert Millikan could reassure that there will always be, somewhere, an Earth, it matters not which, upon which, some billion years hence, the development of man may still be going on. But then, from the 1920s onward, evidence began building that our universe has bookends in time, that it had an explosive beginning, and one distant day may suffer a decrepit end. This had truly profound implications for our view of ourselves within the cosmos. Reflecting on this in 1953, the American anthropologist Lauren Isley wrote, "The old idea of an eternal universe allowed an infinity of time in which man might arise again and again. But, in light of the new cosmology, we must entertain that cosmic time is limited, such that, as Isley wrote, the same life does not come again, the same hands will never twice build the golden cities of this world, the time stream, the onpouring, whatever we may call it, is far more original than this." So, to conclude, we now acknowledge we are products of histories that could have gone radically otherwise, producing wildly different results. By the same token, there will never be another Earth, and every single one of Earth's species is a cosmically unique entity. And being cosmically unique, we are all thus, by necessity, cosmically endangered. which is why the extinction of any of Earth's species is not just a local loss, but, in a profound sense, a genuinely cosmic one. None of them are returning anywhere ever again until the end of time. Looked at historically, however, we've only just discovered the fuller ramifications of this truth of extinction. So perhaps this means there is hope for us to change our ways and begin protecting rather than demolishing Earth's vibrant ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Thank you both for these inspiring insights. So before we open up the discussion to the wider audience, I'd like to create a little exchange between the two of you. So yeah, maybe Thomas, I can start with you. Is there a question you'd like to ask Georgina, maybe connecting her view of complex systems to your research?
Yes, yeah, there is. So as a historian, I want to get a historical...
1 second, we can't hear you now.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Okay, you're back.
I'm not sure what happened there. Yes, no, definitely. There's plenty of questions I want to ask Georgina, but I'll go for one. And being a historian, it's going to be a historical question. So I guess some context is when I first started this research on the idea of extinction, it was actually inspired by reading Mary Shelley's novel, The Last Man, and noticing that she's talking and imagining the end of humanity in a completely different way from even the previous generation of poets, William Blake, etc. You know, it's still a very Christian apocalyptic idea, whereas with Mary Shelley, it's a pandemic that causes humanity to disappear, and the rest of nature is actually depicted as thriving in our absence. But the one thing that really stood out to me when I first read this book many years ago was the truly global scale of the narrative. And this is, you know, really, I think she was so prescient in the sense that writing in the 1820s, she depicts a pandemic as a truly global phenomenon. It's about the global flows of people and news and information that allow this virus to spread. And so my question is, I was so surprised to see how early on this sense of the Earth as a truly global system was being depicted in fiction. And so my question is, do you have some sense of when would you say that this sense of the Earth coalesced as a system?
Oh my gosh, thank you for the excellent question. Also, I hope you're as excited for the new Guillermo del Toro Frankenstein that's coming up as a film, so just to bank that one. I'm not sure I can easily answer that question. I think that, the history of systems itself is fascinating, but it doesn't really get into kind of a global sense of it for a few centuries. And I think if you're looking at Frankenstein and Mary Shelley, the history of the novel might actually be a more interesting place to start, but I'll try and go where I can with him. So I mentioned earlier that the history of systems, or system, comes out of stargazing, essentially. It comes out of seeing planetary systems, comes from Galileo, seeing planets moving around Jupiter, objects orbiting Jupiter, and he realizes that because they're moving in a certain way, there has to be some kind of structure going on there. And then he realizes, because he brings that together a little later down the line, we get kind of Newtonian physics, that if you have something that behaves in that way, then it can behave in a similar way at the same time. So it's kind of, I think it's related in a way to that fascinating idea of good Christian men and women on the rings of Saturn. It's a very kind of expanded idea, only it's done through kind of Newtonian physics. This then expands, but the idea, again, if we come to publishing, gets propagated through the print, through the printed artifact. And this is all happening at the same time that printing comes into play. And so the ideas that are brought about through Newton and through Galileo, through Principia Mathematica, they disseminate through Northern Europe. And you have this idea of the system takes hold first as something in mathematics and physics, but then system then kind of slips its moorings and becomes an idea of a structure for organization. So you can now, the way that we might naturally think of a system in a way for organizing ideas or organizing your bathroom, that comes quite, and more than that, it becomes a hallmark of good thinking. Now, at this point, you can start to see how the power dynamic slips into it, where system is seen as an organizing principle. And you have kind of pushback from various people saying, well, if you're talking about kind of a system for organizing people, what you're functionally talking about here is slavery. And that seems to be profoundly inhumane. But we're going to keep the idea of system, because at least that allows us to criticize how that organizing principle is deployed through power in this way. So I think the global trade part of it definitely fits in with it. I think you could probably... Gosh, I'm not going to get the dates right in the later centuries, so I'm not even going to try. But I think once you start to get this idea, the idea of system itself certainly it comes from that period about 400 or 500 years ago. But it operates in a almost it's the early tenets of organizational management that comes through in that way. I think, again, once you start to think in terms of shipping routes, once you start to think of, as you said, in terms of supply chains, and kind of ideas of mapping that come out as well, mapping as organizational principles, then this kind of idea of a global system of the world starts to take hold. But it does so in a way that, again, comes later down the line in a very much command and control type way. You kind of think of who is doing the mapping, what is this mapping being done for? I'm aware I'm just chatting, but just to kind of finish this off, you even think about the early history of flight and the use of kind of military balloons as a way to start to lay down borders and a way to kind of see from above. So the history of flight is really important for this kind of history of what is there and how is it mapped. I'm not sure if they answered your question in any way, but it may be given you other things to think about as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I just had to think about the spaceship Earth metaphor. So Buckminster Fuller, the humans are in control. Earth is a spaceship that is a system that is controlled by us. So I think this also plays in the same idea. But yeah, maybe Georgina, you would like to ask a question to Thomas.
So it's also kind of a history question, but maybe sideways. A lot of the writing about systems, you either get the kind of quite mechanistic view, the kind of quite computational, the managerial view, but you do get work such as that from Donella Meadows, who's written, Thinking in Systems is a beautiful book about the idea of systems. And one of the things that she says about systems is they are surprising. Things don't happen in the way that you might expect them to, and that's almost an emergent property of systems, like things will be strange. So I was interested for your work of where, obviously there's a lot that kind of, to my eyes and ears now, is seen as strange, rings of Saturn, notwithstanding. But for you, when you were doing the research, what were the things that you were just like, oh, wow, that is unusual and unexpected, and I hadn't quite seen how those things would line up in that way in these lines of thought?
Yeah, oh, wow, that's a fantastic question. There's lots of places that I could go. I mean, one thing that I was thinking, just hearing your fantastic answer to my question, is as a kind of hobby, I've been collecting over the years, whenever I come across an illustration of Earth from the outside, prior to the rocket. And so, you get these going back at least into the early Renaissance. And it's so funny the ways in which people got stuff very right in imagining what Earth might look like from outer space, and also the ways in which they got stuff incredibly wrong. So one thing that they got right was figuring out quite early on that Earth cast a shadow through space, which I think is relatively impressive. Then at the same time, all of the very early ones, depictions of Earth from outer space, this is like through the 1500s to the 1700s, people depict the planet with the grid lines that you'd see on an atlas on it, which I just find so bizarre that they felt the need to do that, and in what otherwise is an attempt at creating verisimilitude. And so, just as a second answer to the question, one that leapt out to me recently, of just being shocked at the fact that people used to sincerely hold beliefs of this kind. When I referenced these kind of pre-Darwinian ideas of the origination of creatures and of species, often there was this widely held belief that they could just pop out of unorganized matter just quite spontaneously, which of course obstructs the idea of accepting extinction as being a permanent or irreversible event. Because if you can leap from inexistence to inexistence that easily, what stops you from just popping back into existence? But to finally answer the question, I found a really great example of this recently. As late as 1830, a German obstetrician speculating on how the first humans appeared. But being an obstetrician, he knew how delicate human fetuses are. And so speculated, well, nature must have provided natural incubators to create the first initial humans. And so he imagined the Rafflesia arnoldi flower, more commonly known as the stinking corpse lily, as being these natural incubators for the first human embryos, which is just crazy that this was only 20 years before Darwin and people were still thinking stuff like this. But there's a serious point to it, and I always try and bring this out, is it's very easy to look at beliefs in the past and to be shocked and surprised, as you point to, at how kind of naive they strike us. But by the same notion, we need to remember that we definitely are thinking all kinds of crazy stuff in the present. So yeah, I hope that somewhat answers the question. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you both for that exchange. Yeah, and now I'd like to open up the conversation to all of you. So feel free to share your questions, reflections, thoughts. We'll bring a microphone to you. I think so. Try again.
Is it working? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think there are different kinds of complexity, and unfortunately both talks didn't touch the character or the essence of complexity, in my opinion. And I'm wondering if there is any metric about the evolution of complexity, how we can find out where we are in the evolution of complexity. And I think we should talk about the technological complexity. Of course, nature has also a very big complexity. But so the main question for me is how we should deal with complexity, which is increasing and then increasing. We, as humans, are increasing it by the technological evolution. And we are working against nature. Nature doesn't know waste, for instance. And we are not able to transform our economy to a circular economy and so on and so on. So the question is, what do you think, how we should deal with the increasing complexity?
Thank you so much for that question. Georgina, I would like to direct it to you since in Ultra Systems you also address this idea of complexity as being a site of revelation. So
yeah, I'm going to try and take this in a few parts, which may, again, not directly answer the question, but at least give us some space, some stuff to think with. I can't speak to the history of complexity. I think is super interesting, and but I would also gently challenge the idea that we are increasing complexity. Human biological organisms have always been complex. You know, there are kind of emergent properties. Some of the research I've been doing recently with medical scientists and ophthalmologists, with eye surgeons essentially, have been pointing out that suddenly there is an entire galaxy opening up to them within retinas because of new discoveries in optical tomography. So there are always possibilities for these spaces. In terms of complexity being a site of revelation, I think one of the things I wanted to kind of gently challenge with the work that I had been thinking had been this idea that complexity was overwhelming, and I think this might come to kind of what we do with it. I think there are points from a policy landscape, which I think again was alluded to in the previous conversations, of who is in the room and has knowledge about these complex systems. I think in the examples you're giving for kind of economic policy, certainly speaking from a British perspective, what is happening with UK technology policy can be ascribed to, or kind of like points to, not only kind of a knowledge of the technology itself, but which direction it is meant to be taken in. I think there's kind of certainly the lines around, for example, artificial intelligence and education emerge from spaces where there are not necessarily people in the room who have both the technological knowledge but the knowledge of how educational systems work themselves, and seeing technology as the complex thing that can be added onto something in a way to almost decomplexify it feels profoundly naive. So there's the policy space itself may not only be about complexity, but about the forms of knowledge and of direction and of politics that are in the room at the same time. And I think this may be also something Thomas can speak to. There's also the idea of complexity being overwhelming. This is something that goes back to philosophers such as Timothy Morton, who have introduced the idea of the hyper-object, something like climate change, something like the internet, which is so, because it is more than the human scale, exists beyond like our human perception and cannot really be easily passed or addressed or understood. And there's a level to this of, which again we've talked about today, of where these things are large and are complex and can be increasingly complex. But that doesn't mean that they're not present. That doesn't mean that there aren't parts that can be engaged with, whether it's further human-made, human-generated, human-directed parts of it. It doesn't mean that they can't be addressed through where the human impact lands on them as well. And so this is partly kind of an unbundling of the different parts of a system and how they all kind of sit and nest against each other. But also, again, this is a drum I beat, coming back to kind of where the human experience is of them and where these experiences sit within a political culture as well. So I think the question of how we feel about complexity is something to be investigated, not something to be overwhelmed by. It is present there, and where it is not present, these may be from technical aspects, but it may be from aspects because these are held under wraps by corporate privacy policies, by NDAs. These are not necessarily the technical aspects which keep them out of sight. Yeah.
Thank you, Georgina. We have just a few minutes left, so I'd love to hear from Thomas. Maybe you also have a reply to that question we got from the audience. Otherwise, I'm very curious. Also, I have another question to you, but...
Yeah, just briefly, I just want to basically echo what Georgina said on the idea that we're increasing complexity. If there are paleontologists in 50 to 500 million years looking at the fossil record, we've actually vastly damaged complexity if you're measuring it as biodiversity. And also the idea, I would want to push back on there being an idea of there being an inherent kind of trend towards complexity. You find this in kind of science fiction and but also science ideas like the Kardashev scale, which is this idea of increasing complexity based on the ability of intelligence to kind of manipulate matter and energy, leading all the way to kind of doing that at a cosmic scale. And there often is a sense that this is a kind of, there's like an inherent inevitable trend towards this, which just strikes me as very eerily similar to some of the evolutionary ideas that I was pointing to in the talk. There was, throughout the later 1800s, paleontologists were convinced that there was this, what they called the general law of brain growth, that across the vertebrate tree, brains over time get bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is linked to survival and extinction, so they claimed that smaller brained animals would go extinct, and anyway, looking back on that, it was all just wishful thinking and superciliousness because people were trying to claim that humans are inevitable, being the biggest brained mammals. But yeah, whenever people try and find an inevitable trend in evolution, I'm not saying anyone's doing this, but this idea of complexity and a kind of increase in it is in the vicinity of these types of ideas. We have to be suspicious because ideas of inherent trends in history are, there's some problems with them. So I'll leave it there.
Stay suspicious. Thank you so much, Thomas. And thank you to Georgina. Unfortunately, we're running out of time as our next panel is already lined up and we have a 15-minute bio break. So take in some fresh air, get a coffee, and a big round of applause to our panelists, Georgina and Thomas. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, for our next panel that I'm particularly excited about. So in an age where crises seem to follow one another, panic sometimes seems like our baseline condition. Everywhere we're turning, it seems like we're told the future is grim. Climate crisis, pandemics, war, disinformation, it can feel like the atmosphere is saturated with panic. And if we're not panicking, we're told to adapt, to keep going, to be resilient. But what if these are the wrong stories? What if panic, resilience, and dystopia are narratives that close down possibility when what we need is to open up? That's what we'll explore in the next panel. Anti-dystopia and apocalyptic thinking against panic. Dr. Isabella Herrmann is a political scientist and science fiction analyst. In her recent book, Zukunft ohne Angst, Future Without Fear, she introduces the idea of anti-dystopia. Narratives where even after disaster, people fight for justice, solidarity, and change. Against fatalism, she shows us how stories can open up imaginative spaces for social innovation, agency, and positive future. Julian Reed is a professor of international relations at the University of Lapland and current fellow at the Käthe Hamburger Center for Apocalypse and Post-Apocalypse Studies in Heidelberg. He has long interrogated the politics of crisis. In his work, he traces how resilience has become a 21st century doctrine, but at what cost? Together, Julian and Isabella invite us to rethink panic, resilience, and the stories we tell about the future. Is resilience itself a kind of dystopian narrative? And how might anti-dystopias allow us to not just survive, but to imagine alternative futures? Please join me in welcoming Isabella and Julian.
So I just get started. Welcome. You see my claim. My claim is anti-dystopia against panic. And as I was introduced, obviously I'm not a neuroscientist, I'm a political scientist. And so I look at panic from a kind of social political perspective. Individuals being afraid, being frightened, being paralyzed, don't know how to act or what to act. And on a societal level, panic then means that we as humans become a herd looking out for orientation and maybe, for very easy answers or strong leaders that could help us out. And I think anti-dystopia is a way, a narrative countering that. So before coming to anti-dystopia, I just want to get started what dystopia means very, very briefly. And dystopias are en vogue, obviously. So we are all surrounded by dystopian stories and narratives. And dystopias actually are a genre, mainly taking place in science fiction. It's, about books, films, movies. And they depict negative futures that are coined by societies marked by surveillance, they are not free of oppression, for example. And dystopias always reflect our fears here and now. So many of those stories that are set in the future, they are about, climate collapse, or they are about rapid technological advancements, they are about species extinction, wars, pandemics, and so forth. And of course, dystopias can be entertaining. So, watching Black Mirror or Mad Max, it is entertaining and this is fine. So I speak then about disaster porn also, which I think is a very neat term for that. But dystopias have also some negative effects. They can also convey hopelessness, pessimism, laziness, even cynicism, that in a way the future is not changeable at all. So we can nothing do about it, because we watch those negative narratives all the time, and this is the future we find then. So wouldn't it be nice then to have more utopian stories to counter that? And I do think that utopias have become problematic because, as you might know, utopias are not only a genre, but also have become real political projects in the 19th century. And in the 20th century, those utopian ideas really have led to human catastrophes, and also, the idea of neoliberalism, wealth for everyone, has not come true. Social inequality is just rising, and also those utopian ideas by Silicon Valley, they are not really good for the global society as a whole. So what now? So if we are surrounded by dystopian stories and also by dystopian reality, and utopias have a problem, you know, with being exclusive, elitist, or even totalitarian, what can we do about it? And I say there is actually a new storyline, a new narrative going on, which I call anti-dystopias, and I find that mainly in science fiction stories. And in the book that was mentioned, Zukunft ohne Angst, which you can purchase in the shop here, I analyzed 9 books actually, with the one on the right side being the reference book. And maybe you know Ministry for the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson. Has somebody here read it? One person, 2 persons, 3 maybe. So I would recommend it because it's also could be interesting for people not really into the genre of science fiction. Some people even say that it's not even a science fiction book, but of course, it's science fiction. But anyhow, so in this Ministry for the Future, which became my reference object, that was coined also anti-dystopian by a critic, the story unfolds the following. The book was published in 2020, and it starts in the near future of 2025. So now, right now. And then it spans a period over to 2050. And in this period, the world has not become perfect, but the major problems, for example, like climate change, you know, energy consumption, global inequalities, exploitation, and things like that have been successfully tackled. They have not been abolished, but they have been tackled. And that on different levels, on global level, national level, community level, individual level, and also with a lot of different measures, be it economic ones, social ones, technological ones. So a critic said, okay, this is an anti-dystopian setup because we have a dystopian world, but people acting actively against that. And to summarize then, you know, the anti-dystopia as a genre, they have, like dystopias, their beginnings in the catastrophes of the Anthropocene that were just mentioned, you know, climate change, wars, and all that. So they could become a dystopia, so a future negative society, but the people in those stories, they are resisting the dystopian setup by acting for justice, which is, I know, a broad concept, but it can be about generational justice, about environmental social justice, but it's important to address the concept at all. And by community, by which I mean, of course, not exclusive communities, but fair ones, where people can participate and they are marked by solidarity, and change, which means that people are really open for change or bring change forward. And most importantly, those stories are inherently contradictory and an imperfect process, which really distinguishes anti-dystopian stories from utopian ones, because we as people, as persons, we are not perfect. We are ourselves contradictory, and so are the stories. There is no perfect way of doing things, and if you have reached a goal, there will be a next one and a next one, because societies are dynamic as well. Yeah, so coming from genre to a narrative, because I don't think it's only, you know, a description for a certain kind of science fiction books, but I also think that it can be a powerful narrative to encourage us to think in alternatives, which I think is really lacking. So it's about, you know, opening up our minds and not be so narrow-minded, and to provide inspiration and motivation for action in the here and now. And to be a bit more specific on that, I think anti-dystopias as a powerful societal narrative are pragmatic. So, you know, against this whole idea of panic we are tackling now, you can act in a pragmatic way without knowing of what I do will be successful. But if it's not, I can do something else. So without those fear of acting, they are empowering. which means you can act on all kinds of levels. I mean, we can act here at Ars Electronica, we can act in our neighborhood, in an international NGO, in a political party, as chancellor, I don't know what. And all these different levels are fine. And in that way, the whole narrative is very connecting and uniting, because then I can accept that people are taking different measures and that people are acting on different levels. And this can be very uniting as long as we think about justice, solidarity, and change. So this whole anti-dystopian narrative is not about an either-or, but about a both-and. And I think with that, we can really tackle or counter the negative effects of panic. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Isabella. Is it right?
Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, we've heard a lot today in the room, and especially in those 3 opening talks for those of us who were here, about panic as an embodied condition. But we only heard about it from the neuroscientists. We heard very little about panic directly in the 4th panel, which was about the current political crisis, the return of war, and the threat of fascism. And instead we received the dystopian message that it really is now time to panic, even if it is just for a short moment as a precursor to acting. That is to say, the widely circulating message today that the world is now on the brink and that we should be very afraid, and that without urgent action, certain things which we value will be lost forever, democracy itself being among them. But none of the political scientists that we heard from questioned this dystopian narrative, which is so prevalent today, not just in social science, but in the media and in culture and in art. Nor did our social scientists question or engage with what the neurobiologists had to say about panic as an embodied condition. Instead, it was left to the audience to raise that question. But I think it's really important to question not only this dystopian narrative, but this call to panic. I also think it's essential that we in social science engage directly with the neurobiology of panic. So my contribution today is to try to encourage us to think about the relations between the neurobiology of panic and a political and strategic shift that has occurred across our societies over the last couple of decades. The shift from security to resilience, and question the consequences of that shift for how we live, govern, and experience ourselves. Of course, one of the neuroscientists, Tanya Singer, I don't think she's here now, but she talked about resilience as a kind of answer and alternative to panic. But I think this formulation of the relation between resilience and panic is deeply problematic. Singer's approach is not new or different to anything else that neuroscience has to say about panic and resilience. The claim that panic is a problem to be solved and that resilience is the solution is a claim that circulates with great confidence today in neuroscience. And worryingly for me, as a social scientist, I'm a professor of international relations, worryingly for me, it circulates increasingly well in social science too. But this binary, where panic is seen as pathology and resilience is seen as the answer, is not just a scientific claim. It is a political prescription, a moral narrative, and a governmental imperative. In recent years, neuroscience has made very bold assertions about its abilities to explain panic and increasingly to engineer its antidotes. Neuroscientists have championed the view that resilience is the capacity we must cultivate if we're to overcome panic. Oxytocin, the so-called love hormone, is one molecular component in this story, a biochemical key to understanding, supposedly, why some bodies and some brains are more resilient than others. Neuroscience here is not neutral. It seeks not just to describe, but to govern, to make legible the inner workings of the body so that bodies might be trained, disciplined, and optimized. Trained, indeed, in ways that reflect how political power and even militaries want our bodies to behave. Just as our approaches to the physical fitness of the body were transformed historically by military needs, so the neurological fitness of the human body is now at stake. But what I ask is actually happening beneath this scientific surface. I argue in my research that we are witnessing a seismic shift in the logic of governance here. The concept of resilience has become a defining ideal of our age. Governments, militaries, humanitarians, and educators alike have all embraced resilience as the essence of the ideal 21st century subject, adaptable, flexible, and durable in the face of crisis. Where once the state promised to provide security by eliminating threats and controlling risks, it now offers only resilience. That is to say, it bets on its abilities to optimize the capacity of ordinary people to absorb the shock, to bend but not break in the face of wars, military invasions, environmental disasters, and every potential form of human suffering. But to be resilient, as I argue, is to accept the inevitability of danger. It is to live with the dystopian assumption that the world is dangerous and cannot be otherwise, that the future will necessarily bring shocks, disasters, and breakdowns, and that our only hope lies in preparing ourselves psychologically, biologically, and neurologically to absorb the shock of those events. This represents a profound transformation in the strategic imaginary of governance. Panic is not being eliminated here. On the contrary, it's being institutionalized, made ambient, omnipresent, part of the air that we breathe. Take, for example, the rollout of resilience programs in schools and kindergartens. As I explore in my work with Kirsi Ulinova, across Europe and beyond, children are now being trained to become resilient. But resilient to what? Resilient to whom? And resilient against what? What does it mean to cultivate 5-year-olds into subjects who are emotionally self-regulating, neurologically optimized, and always prepared for crisis? Let's be clear here, this is not about care or about saving democracy. This is about control. The cultivation of resilience is part of a much broader strategy, a biopolitical project, as I call it, aimed at producing a subject who can self-manage in the face of breakdown without demanding structural transformation. Panic is framed here not as a rational response to precarity or systemic crisis, but as a personal failure, a weakness to be overcome through self-regulation, mindfulness, hormones, and the downloading of apps onto our phones. This is why we must interrogate the distance between the neuroscientific and the social scientific understandings of resilience. In neuroscience, as we have heard, resilience emerged as a kind of holy grail, a measurable, trainable, and marketable trait. But social science, I believe, has to ask, at what cost? What kind of human is being produced by this resilience regime? And what kind of futures are being shut down in the name of adapting to crisis? My own work has focused on deconstructing the politics of resilience, on revealing how resilience has become a new strategy of governance, displacing the promise of security with the burden of adaptation. In the resilience regime, failure is privatized and responsibility is internalized. We're no longer asked to challenge the systems that expose us to harm. We are instead asked only to manage our own exposure better. And this is where panic might become politically useful. Governments and corporations don't want to eliminate panic. They want to modulate it, to weaponize it, to make it productive. Panic produces subjects who will accept resilience as a necessity. It generates the conditions under which we willingly consent to our own optimization. And so we're governed not by promises of safety, but by an ongoing demand. Be ready, be prepared, and absorb the shock of the next disaster. I believe we need to say both yes and no to panic. But at the same time, we have to be able to reframe the question to which yes and no are the answers. A politics that says yes to panic should be one that recognizes panic as a moment of rupture, a moment when the subject can no longer hold its world together. But to only say no to panic, as we are increasingly trained to do, is to accept the world as it is, to become functional within dysfunction, to make peace with violence, exploitation, extraction, and precarity. It is to become resilient, yes, but at what cost? The demand to be resilient is not neutral, it's deeply political. It disciplines our affects, our relationships, our temporalities. It teaches us to fear the future. And in doing so, it forecloses the possibility of radically different futures. Futures not built on fear, but on real care, solidarity, love, and political transformation. This is why we must push back politically, scientifically, and spiritually. We need more than coping. We need new regimes of space and time, new regimes of affect. To say no to panic is not to deny fear. It is to reject the instrumentalization of fear and refuse to be governed by it. And to say yes to panic, perhaps, is to affirm its radical potential, to embrace the moment when the body can no longer conform. We are not resilient machines. We are not optimization projects. We are not the sum total of our brain signals or our hormones. We are beings capable of dreaming, failing, falling, and breaking, and beginning again. Let us not be afraid of panic. Let us listen to what it tells us. Let us refuse the futures that we're being trained to endure. Let us demand futures that we can actually want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabella and Julian. I'd like to start off with a question to both of you. So, if panic destabilizes and resilience is supposed to stabilize us and anti-dystopias invite us to transform, where do you see potential for turning panic into a catalyst for social change or for opening up new possibilities? What kind of stories or narratives or practices should we engage in? Whoever would like to start.
Does this work? Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think Isabel kind of does that work already in her writings, and I believe, like Isabella, I believe very strongly in the power of arts and culture and every potential practice, existing practice, including social science. I mean, I was very down on social science today, as well as neurobiology, but. I think we have so much more power potentially than we are exercising and exploring at the moment across the full range of human practices. But we need to explore that power in every possible way and in every possible space of creativity. But for me as a social scientist, it's really important that we push back against this narrative, which we in social science are particularly guilty at reinforcing. You know, it seems to me that when we read social science today, if I read the work of people in my own discipline, which is I'm a professor of international relations, it's all predictions of doom and how terrible the world is, how democracy is declining, how fascism is on the rise, and how we should all be worried and afraid and panic. But it seems to me that we should push back against this narrative, and we need to create other ways of finding our way into and towards the future. Another way of relating to the future. And of course, there is plenty of work out there which already does that, and I think it's wonderful to listen to Isabel and learn about the texts and scripts and movies where that is taking place.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, I couldn't agree more about the importance of art and culture and creativity. And so I do think with panic, I think this was said here before, that if there is a moment of panic, it's quite good to reflect about what's going on. But as I said in my talk about this pragmatism of anti-dystopian narratives, I really do think that it is important to have different narratives, but then also we need to act. And acting is sometimes, it's kind of the tiny weeny organizational details then. And then I think a narrative can really help. But really organizing networks of care, for example, or if there is a heat wave, so how could you build up solidarity networks that people care for each other, or in a case of a blackout, so what could you do that there's still energy and there is no mass panic. This is then really hard work, and I'm really thinking about that, how you can bring together those wonderful narratives and the hard work on the ground. And I do think it's possible, and maybe it's both two sides of the same coin, right? But I don't want to forget that it's really also work and action we need to do.
Yeah, so there seems to be this kind of like gravitational pull towards dystopias. We are kind of addicted to it, Black Mirror, you mentioned it, all these series, all these books. So I'm wondering, is there a certain idea of anti-dystopia that you find, that is especially appealing to you, or that you feel like it can cut through it? Or an example you can name?
I mean, I can name a real-world example. So just this weekend, I went in Brandenburg, which is the state surrounding Berlin in Germany, and there was a camp where around 600 people were attaining, and it was called Collapse Camp. So it was really rather activist camp, and I also talked about anti-dystopias there, and there were like all kinds of people, doing really in emotional care work, but also catastrophe management, like alternative networks. There were all kinds of people engaged in the practical, in the very pragmatic dealing with catastrophes and collapse, but also who were, inclined in emotional care. Mm-hmm. And collapse was really broadly defined. So it could be the, climate collapse of the world, or really a small collapse when there is heat problematic in a city or something. And this was really lived anti-dystopia there. And what was really nice, because as we know, the left sometimes rather has rather a problem with separating itself and distinguishing each different strands from each other. And there, the different strands and currents and actors, they really try to have a common thing going on. And this is something which is really done. I mean, these were groups that are doing something on the ground.
Yeah, interesting. Julian, maybe a question to you, because you said resilience is somehow, being framed as like an antidote or something that we all have to, indulge in, or to somehow deal with the times we're living in. And I was wondering, how do we distinguish between the good kind of resilience, because we've heard a bit about that as well. There's a certain kind of resilience we all need, resilience as empowerment, and resilience as a political tool, or resilience as becoming somehow numb or adaptive to any kind of situation.
It's a great question. Yeah, of course. I mean, of course, it's good to be resilient. I mean, who doesn't want to be resilient? Who wouldn't want to have resilient children? Who wouldn't want to be resilient themselves when they get hit by whatever disaster it is that happens to occur? And in all likelihood, we're all going to have to navigate certain kinds of disasters potentially in our lives, be it the loss of a loved one, or the loss of a job, or extreme social disasters, violence, abuse. All of these things we know are possible, and we all do need. And it's a good thing to be resilient. I don't question that whatsoever. The problem is the way in which political power is working to make resilience itself the only option, and to mine that inner capacity of ordinary human beings as a way of displacing their own responsibility for what we used to call security. In the old days, going back in time, it was understood that the state had to provide a modicum of security to its citizens. That was the deal. You prevented the worst. You did your best, at least as a state and as a government, to prevent the worst possible things from happening to your people. In today's world, governments no longer make that offer or provide that security. Instead, and in fact, they say that it's no longer their responsibility to do so. Instead, they speak in a very different language where they say to us as a society, they say, hey, you know what? You're so resilient. You can cope with these things by yourself. You don't need us. You don't need the state. You don't need government to protect you from economic depressions. You don't need government even to protect you from military invasions. You're so resilient. You can cope with those disasters when they hit by yourself. All our role is, as a state and government, is to enable you to help yourself. This is the essential discourse with which government now strikes a deal with society. I mean, we saw how this developed in the 80s and the 90s with the birth and development of so-called neoliberalism, right? First of all, in the United Kingdom and the United States, Thatcherism and Reaganism. This was the dominant ideology in the Anglo-Saxon world. And gradually it's expanded and to encompass other states and societies, even states and societies that don't regard themselves as being neoliberal. It's become a kind of new common sense of governance. And as people, as citizens, we tend to swallow it. We tend to accept the idea that we have to take care of ourselves, and it's not the job of states and governments. And indeed, now, as we heard from Tanya Singer earlier, we now go online to pay good money to enlist in mental training programs where we learn to train our brains to become more resilient so that we're able to cope with those disasters. I mean, it's madness what is happening.
Yeah, super interesting. I'd actually like to flip the frame for a moment and come back to the festival theme, because I'm wondering, with what you just described, is panic not also a just constructive force? Or when could it become a constructive force? And maybe also to you, Isabella, in the thinking about dystopias, can it become a constructive force in creating anti-dystopias?
Yeah, in a way, probably. Because, I mean, as I said before, I think a moment of panic is really good for reflection. But I think this is really also a personal perspective, how you see that, right? So I think panic, or I find it rather problematic because it paralyzes you and then you don't know what to do or what's good actually to do. And I'm rather for a kind of pragmatism. I mean, not to do anything, not blind action, but rather build up resilient, now I'm using the same term, or solidarity networks. I'd rather call it solidarity networks before. And I think this is really independent of the state, because I really agree with Julian, what you said about this neoliberal paradigm. But building up solidarity networks, this can happen on a real different level. This can happen in your neighborhood or in your community, or even on a city level. I mean, so I think, it's could be more worthwhile to prepare before. But as said, this preparation before is really, it costs a lot of work, to have those networks. I mean, they don't happen automatically. They're just not coming out of the ground or something. You have to really build them up, and this costs a lot of work. Yeah. So, yeah, that's my take on that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's a truism to say that you have to work through panic and get over panic. And I think someone said it in the earlier session when we were talking about the geopolitical crisis, that yes, panic, but only for a moment, then we need agency, etc. Of course. But I think we need to move from panic to something else. And the question is, where do we go? Do we just go to resilience? Do we get over our panic and learn to absorb and accept and adapt to suffering, as the ideology of resilience preaches to us neuroscientifically and politically as well? I would like to question the role or raise the issue of the role of the so-called negative emotions. You know, whenever you listen to neuroscientists talking about the emotional life of the human, they talk about positive versus negative emotions. Happiness, joy, empathy, compassion, all these positive, good emotions which neuroscientists like to locate in the brains of the Buddhists, etc. What about our anger? What about our hate? Aren't those feelings justified? And what can we achieve by mobilizing those so-called negative emotions politically and strategically to fight back and fight for the creation of a new and better world that we actually want to live in? That's for me the question.
Thank you so much. We have a few minutes left, so I'd love to open up the conversation to the audience and see if there's any questions. Yes, over there.
Hi, thank you so much, both of you. This is a really great conclusion for the day, because I've been here since the morning, and so it's really wonderful to see it come full circle. I really love the idea that we need to be able to be thinking about it again, and now I've just completely lost my train of thought. Okay, fear and anxiety, there's two different words for that and two different meanings, but we only have one word that's called resilience, and there's two different ways. One would be in fight, and the other is in absorb the shock. And so I'm wondering if we need some expanded terminologies there. And one thing that I also noticed from this morning, and this is not a critique if there was any of the people that were speaking this morning, is that they talked about fear and anxiety and flight and freeze, but they didn't talk about fight. And I think that creative outlet and creative process is one of the ways of being able to fight. And so I'm really looking forward to see some of the artwork that's here, because I haven't seen anything except for this panel this morning.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, let's give a round of applause. So, yeah, whoever wants to answer or comment on that.
Yeah, really nice, really great point, actually. Yeah, we only have one word, or we only have. I would riff on what you just said by saying we tend to only have one way of conceiving of resilience, of what it is to be resilient, which is this performance of the ability to bounce back when things go wrong and to recover and to absorb the shock and persevere and endure through suffering and crisis. And I think one of the things actually that we're debating and arguing about in social science and in political science especially at the moment is whether or not there isn't or should be or could be another way of speaking about resilience, so that we don't reduce resilience simply to this performance of the ability to recover from crisis and to bear responsibility and to adapt to suffering. And I think there's a lot of really essential conceptual and creative work to be done there, philosophically, theoretically, artistically, in expanding our imaginary of resilience, so that resilience wouldn't simply be this, wouldn't simply refer to this bouncing back from suffering and this assumption of the inevitability of dangers and disasters. I think that's a really good point. But I also really like your point about the need to talk about fighting alongside the capacity for freezing or fleeing. It's a really essential question, and also the question of who and what we fight for, right? So, in actual fact, there is some neurobiology around the ability of science to distinguish what makes somebody fight back rather than simply freeze or flee. And the neurobiologists have their own neurobiological answer to that question. And it comes down again to this hormone called oxytocin. So neurobiological studies, for example, of the role of oxytocin in determining whether or not a mother rat will fight back against a predator rat once you put the predator rat into the cage with the mother rat and its babies. And the scientific story goes that if you just change the oxytocin level, then the rat will fight back. And I think this is of great interest, especially to our militaries, to our armies, who would love to be able to engineer the population to fight for state national security causes. You know, what if you could raise the oxytocin level of Ukrainian society to enable the Ukrainians to fight back more successfully against Russian invasion, for example, or choose your people, basically. But of course, yeah, for those of us who believe in the possibilities of a world without war and a world without states, a better world in which social relations are organized on another basis, free from and beyond the horrible discourses of nationalism and state borders, then, yeah, the question of who and what we fight for is as essential as the question of how we can fight. But yeah, I really like the fact that you raised that question.
Yeah, maybe one last thing to add, because I know we're over time. But I think it's also quite important, as it was mentioned now, also to have the capacity or be resilient to fight and not only to freeze. But what I just want to emphasize, I think it's also really important to be also able, or to have the capacity or be resilient to find allies, so that you don't concentrate all your power on fighting, but also to find allies, because sometimes, you know, then we are fighting against groups or people with like similar ideas, but maybe they're a bit different. And I think it's important to have rather, you know, an umbrella narrative or an umbrella idea, and to accept the differences. So it's important to fight, but it's also important to find allies.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful closing statement. A heartfelt thank you to Julian and Isabella. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, as we almost close today, not quite yet, we have seen panic in many forms. But what we also learned is that panic often emerges when systems break down, when trust dissolves, and when conflict takes root. It thrives in uncertainty, in conflicts, and in fragile environments. Exactly the spaces where peace is most needed and where technology is increasingly deployed. But can technology, so often a source of disruption and fear, be reimagined as a source of, or a tool for community, trust, and care, help us build peace? That's at the heart of peace tech, a fast-growing field that asks how digital tools might support trust, resilience, and cooperation rather than division. Yet, for peace tech to be meaningful, it cannot be driven by technologists alone. It needs to be built from the bottom up, by those who know what it takes to build communities in fragile situations, and by those who can imagine new futures. To help us think this through, we are joined by Nathan Cole, Senior Peace Tech Advisor at the Austrian Institute for Technology and Peace Tech Lab at the Austrian Center for Peace. A former civic tech activist, he advised governments worldwide on digital transformation as the founding strategist of the Peace Tech Alliance. Joining him is Fernanda Parente, a digital cultures lead and curator working at the intersection of art, technology, and society. She's developed innovative platforms like Goethe VRsum, connecting communities across 98 countries, and she teaches at University of the Arts. Together, they'll ask how peace tech can be reclaimed from the bottom up. Please welcome Nathan Coyle and Fernanda Parente.
This is so schickimicki.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's very so. Yeah, so we are kind of like having to end the day more of like an informal conversation. I would like to thank Daniela, who kind of curated this talk and brought us together like two unlikely. We are an unlikely pair.
How do you think we are?
But we are trying to basically kind of understand how our fields kind of converge And Nathan is here, the kind of specialist in peace tech, and he's going to try to we're going to try together to figure out how does it apply to the Ars Electronica community, and how could we occupy the peace tech space, or could we, and how could we? So I guess before we get into this discussion, which we would love to invite you to take part in, is not just between the two of us, Nathan is going to kind of give us an overview of what is peace tech.
I can do if someone gives me the clicker. Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Thank you so much. So, is it going or not? Ik denk dat is... Was ik dronken? Oh, is it? No, yeah. As you can tell, a talk on technology always goes wrong. Never ever trust technology. Okay, so one thing we need to talk about before we go on. So this talk is going to be a little bit participative. So as you see on the screen, or you can't see it on the screen? Yes, you can see it on the screen. We have 3 images. So as I'm talking about peace tech, it'd be really interesting to get your perspective of what kind of resonates of this image. So please do take a photo of the QR code, and as I'm going on, pick an image, and then at the end, see what it is, and we'll have a bit of a conversation about it, right? So let's give you a little crash course to what peace tech is. So peace tech is super broad. It can mean pretty much anything. And it's pretty new, peace tech. It's been around now for like about 7 years, actually. It came out of America, and the Peace Tech Lab there through the USIP. But as it's gone, it really hasn't kind of developed. It's been this kind of thing of like just been thrown out there. I've like, oh, here's peace tech. It's another technology kind of thing. But it's still kind of being shaped. So this is the working definition of what peace tech is. So peace tech refers to the use of technology to address conflicts, reduce violence, promote peace and social cohesion. Now that sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Absolutely wonderful. And I'd just like to ask you a question, if you don't mind. I'm not going to pick on you. But when you hear the word peace tech, does it sound like a buzzword? Just put your hand up if you think it sounds like a buzzword. Okay, interesting. And these people don't think it's a buzzword, so I'm going to be coming to you later. So strengths, as I said, it is super, super broad. So it can be used for communication and mediation, cybersecurity and digital protection, education and digital literacy, data and early warning systems, and also AI. So basically, peace tech is anything used technology-wise, but for peace building. But that's also one of its biggest weaknesses. Now, peace tech is super hard to explain. I think when I first got the job working in peace tech, my first question is, what is peace tech? And then they kind of like told me what peace tech, and I was like, what? That just sounds like bullshit. Like, excuse my French. I still haven't really changed their opinion. But, it's vague. It's actually really harmful if technology isn't built within the eyes of peace builders. So people working on the ground, basically most people who work in NGOs, third sector organizations, normal people, normal activists and community developers. So if it's not designed with their vision in mind, then it's actually pointless. There's a little, it's not there anymore, but there's a screenshot. So here we've done a survey recently, and this is with over 150 people who are working in the field, so actually people who are there working in conflict zones all over the world. So they aren't techie, they work in missions. And we asked them, do you think tech experts understand their needs? As you can tell, it's overwhelmingly not. But the thing is, again, sometimes I can come across really negative about peace tech because I think that needs to happen. It needs to happen from people from government perspectives to say to people who are decision makers, well, if you're not going to design it, if you're not going to make it human-centric or digital humanist, as the Austrians like to say, then it's going to be pointless. So all of this money that we spend, all of this work that we do is pointless. However, anything that shines a light on using technology for peace is a good thing. So peace tech deserves to be grown. It deserves to be something that's shaped by communities and also those decision makers. So there's your little crash course on what peace tech is. So before we move on, I want to talk about the data that shapes peace tech, because as we all know, data is sexist, data is racist, and unless society changes, which God I hope it does, that's never going to be a different thing, right? So we have to be honest about the data that we use. We have to be realistic and be open about the problems about the data that builds digital technology tools. But also, AI is the new thing. I think AI looks to the past, sometimes not the future. And when you're talking about using AI for peace building, which major organizations are, including the UN, NATO, et cetera, when 90% of data that trains AI models comes from Europe and North America, when 4% comes from Africa, for example. So, and then if you look at 80% of conflicts happen in elsewhere than North America and Europe. Now, you don't have to be a data scientist to understand that is intrinsically broken, and unless that is fixed, like Global South voices, Global South representation, but then being honest about the data that we're collecting, just because we're collecting data from the Global South, doesn't mean it's going to be better data, doesn't mean it's going to be something that's going to build a better tool, but also collaborativeness is something that really needs to be addressed, and at the moment we don't really address that in peace tech. So that's me, and I just want to invite you again to please take a photo, please don't forget. And I'll be on my phone in a bit, so forgive me if it looks a bit unprofessional, but I'll be picking the winner. There you go.
I guess I need the clicker.
You do need the clicker.
So thank you, Nathan, for the intro to Peace Tech. I think the idea now is that, yeah, as I said, I'm going to kind of go through 3 different kind of artistic projects that I know well, that 2 of them I've been involved in, and I was trying to kind of like make sense of what peace tech is and trying to relate to the Ars community. So I will present these 3 projects, and then we'll see we'll relate that to peace tech, how they, and ask if are these artists actually occupying this space and how could that happen? It's here. Yes, so how does peace tech and art converge in digital spaces? And bear with me, I work in the immersive technologies field, so the 3 pieces are actually kind of coming from immersive formats. So the first one I picked, it's called You Destroy, We Create. This is a really great 360 video documentation by Now Here Media. It's a studio based in Berlin. They won a Peabody Award for this piece. And they are actually addressing the fact that the arts and culture in Ukraine are being targeted by Russia in the war. And what they try to do is actually to document people like curators, street artists, musicians in Ukraine who are resisting this kind of targeting of destruction of arts and culture in Ukraine, and how are they doing it? So they're asking questions like, what does it happen when actually a museum curator, her main job becomes to actually hide the art and save the art and protect it from being destroyed? Also the architectural heritage and so on and so forth. And so why is this, I think, work kind of interesting? You could ask like, okay, could this be a short film, like a 2D kind of report on what is happening? Yes. But I think the power of bringing this into 360 video and putting someone in VR is that it's quite intimate. They are bringing you to a place where we can actually not go right now. I mean, you could potentially, but it's dangerous. And there is also the question, like, are these places going to remain there after a couple of years? Hopefully, yes, and that's what these people are fighting for. But there is also like a sort of, immersive documentation, and you will always be able to go back there and feel like you were stepping into this museum room, or you were talking directly with the curator who is presenting her work, and so on and so forth. So this is like a non-interactive 360 example of how maybe artists are stepping into this field. The second one is actually a VR experience that is interactive, and this is the work of Karim Ben Khalifa. It's called The Enemy. This work is actually quite old already, thinking of VR works. It's 10 years old, I would say. It was done, I think was finished in 2014 or 15. So, but this work really, I think, brings us to another level when talking about conflict, because the story behind it is that Karim is a former war photographer, so he had actually access to multiple kind of conflict zones, and he, in this process, like made friendships with fighters from both sides. And when he decided to do this immersive project, he actually collaborated with fighters, and they volunteered to actually be scanned and become the avatars that you see in this picture. And he was mainly addressing conflicts that are intergenerational, because this is the idea of people who were born into war, they were born into conflict, and from a very early age, they already knew who their enemy was, and even though they have probably never met someone from the other side. So these fighters volunteered to be part of it. Of course, the idea is that as the user, you enter this space, you have the option to choose to interact with one of each. So it's also, I mean, this project is super high-tech for the time when it was developed. It was developed at MIT, and they were also tracking your choices and tracking your eye movement, and like trying to also notice if the audience had any bias toward any one of the sides, which is quite interesting. But I think one of the byproducts of this project that was not initially intended is that this was probably the first time that these fighters actually could hear from someone from the other side speaking about on a very human level. So they didn't encounter, their enemy on the front line, but they actually were able to hear what they were saying. And he was asking the same set of questions to both fighters, and the questions were very general, like on a human level. Now, what are your dreams? What are your fears? What is war to you? So on and so forth. What do you want? How do you see your life in, 10 years? And so it was also a way for these fighters who volunteered to have an insight into the human aspect of the other fighter, not to their enemy. So I think this project is really interesting and kind of relates more directly to what we are talking about. And lastly, I would love to talk about Goetheversum, which is a project that I've been working on. I worked on for the last 2 years. And this is a project by the Goethe Institute, by the head office of the Goethe Institute in Germany. And their aim was to create a virtual world aimed at cultural exchange and cultural programming to connect the institutes and the partners of the institutes in the 98 countries where they are present. So the idea was to create a new level of engagement. Of course, this need was exacerbated by the pandemic, and this project was then initiated during that time, but it just got completed in the end of 2024. And what I find very interesting, in this picture, the avatars you see are actually represented by, they are people like artists and cultural workers who were taking part in a project called Beyond Borders Hub for Artists from Sudan. And these are all Sudanese artists and cultural workers that have been displaced because of the conflict in Sudan. And this was an opportunity for them to meet in this, let's say, neutral territory. So what was very interesting in this project was also, I think, an outcome that was a bit surprising, that countries like Sudan were one of the first to kind of jump into this idea and occupy this space, because they saw a real use for this virtual world that went beyond just hosting, cultural events, but it was a real opportunity for them to connect and communicate on another level. And they have also used it to exhibit works from some of the artists who take part in this project. So when the physical space is no longer there or is no longer safe, then I'm also kind of interested to know, Nathan, what you think, how these spaces could maybe become a new tool or a new opportunity for Peace Tech.
Yeah. Again, before we're talking about potential of Peace Tech being a buzzword. There's so many different words under this kind of Peace Tech level, and there's a word, an environment called tech diplomacy. So when I was first told about tech diplomacy, I was like, what's that? Like using Zoom or like Google Meet or something, which it is, tech diplomacy. But this is where I think there needs to be a real conversation in peace building of creative research. Because, for example, so, I put myself in the creative, if I had to put myself into a box, I'd call myself a creative. But I'm involved in various Austrian government projects. 2 of them involve mixed reality and virtual reality. And you look around the room, and you would have mostly white army men sitting around designing these kind of projects with an idea of what they want, but without the actual kind of creative nous. Because obviously being a technically minded person doesn't mean you're a creatively minded person, I think. And so, we're using mixed reality and virtual reality for mission readiness. So when you're going to South Sudan, for example, what would you expect to see? What are the kind of issues that you might experience? Situational awareness kind of stuff, and also using it for medical training and etc. We also have another project called Envy Peace, and that is looking at environmental stresses. So environmental peace building is a thing now. But most conflicts around the world are actually impacted by in the environment. For example, if you look at South Sudan, most conflicts there revolve around drought or like cattle going missing, and how we can kind of use technology to make sure that doesn't happen in the first place, to preempt it, so. And so, yeah, when it comes to the creative thinking, we don't really have that in regards to peace building. And I think, more things like this is really important. But also, going off piece a little bit, I know, if you look at South Sudan, for example, we're just talking about Sudan, over the border in South Sudan. So obviously this is something that's great that would work in Sudan, but in South Sudan it might be much more of a problem because there is this fear of technology. Even taking a photo is taboo. In fact, taking a photo could put you in prison. So it'd be interesting to see how this kind of stuff could be really relevant to there, because obviously when you're on a conflict level in South Sudan, for example, most of the people at the other side of the country, and that is amazing, that the one before, it was amazing how we could, if we could use that, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, that's interesting to say that, because I think with this project I just mentioned, they started the project like doing video calls. And I think a lot of the people didn't feel as comfortable to be in video calls. And I think, of course, like if you're in a group meeting on a video call, you're actually on spot all the time. It's right in your face. And I don't know, you can't kind of relax and you cannot have parallel conversations. And then when you are in a virtual world, first of all, like this awareness about like how you look, and it's already gone because you're there as an avatar. So, it's already a lot more relaxing, and you can actually choose whatever type of avatar. You can even have another gender, another look completely different from yours. And I think the feedback was that they felt a lot more comfortable also to connect on a personal level one-on-one, because, I could come up to you and say, hey, Nathan, I heard about the project you did or about your artwork, and maybe we could collaborate. I can, go to a corner in this world, because it works exactly like in the real world, like 3D sound. So if I walk away from an avatar, I don't hear them anymore. So we could have a private conversation in a corner. We don't have to be on spot all the time. So actually the interaction was a lot more natural for them. And the feedback was that there were some collaborations kind of initiated after this meeting, because they had this chance to kind of speak on a more of like a direct level one-on-one with each other.
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is. And I think one of the things that I want for Peace Tech is learning from civic tech. And I know that's like another buzzword, but actually civic tech's a really cool thing. So civic tech is really good at activating people, like to care about water, to care about parking, but really, really boring stuff. Like, what if we can make people feel about peace tech the same as they think about civic technology? And this is where, again, we need to learn from creators, because that's where creative research really has the most power. Because without that, are we completely over now? Do we need to?
No, we have, I think, 4 minutes.
Oh, okay. So without creative research, for example, creatives do amazing stuff. There's a library in Minecraft where it's all journalists and stuff banned from countries which have a very tight, let's say, legislation when it comes to journalists. So, you could go into Minecraft on the server in a country where the internet might be more, barriered, and then find their information. So again, creatives always find a way. And I think like within civic tech, it kind of got it right, because again, it does have this kind of artistic, people coming together to care about their local things in their community and then do something about it with technology. And these are really great examples about using it for peace tech. What do you think?
Yeah, I think because the time is so tight, I also just want to, like, if anybody wants to join in or ask any questions, or, you know, it's not just, I think we could be like talking about it for a long time, but it would be really nice if anybody, I don't know, has a contribution or a comment or a question, just raise your hand and, I mean, join in. You can also come up here and sit on the couch with us. That's totally fine.
Do we have any questions, or does anyone want to contribute anything?
If not, I have another question for you.
Oh, well, please do. Hurry away. I should be asking you questions.
Oh, you have a question.
So I'm not at all in this field of art or peace tech, so it might come a little bit, you know, from the left field.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's very interesting to see the examples that you showed, Fernanda. But I would also be curious to see any kind of actual tangible impact in terms of peace from any type of cultural momentum, exhibition, you know, anything like that. I would just be curious to hear any kind of example.
Absolutely. I think that's why maybe Nathan and I need to team up in the next project.
Put the world to rights.
Because like I don't come from this perspective, you know, it's like from the creative perspective. So it feels, I mean, with, for example, The Enemy, these are the things I know from the project, and I think the impact maybe that could be measured is the fact that, yeah, there were people, for example, in those areas of conflict that saw the peace and that kind of felt that they had, like, I don't know, an enhanced kind of empathy for the other side and so on and so forth, or the fight that the fighters or the soldiers could get a perspective also from the so-called enemy. But, you know, the projects were never done with this intention. So this is really interesting. So I think this is really the question, like if the like creatives kind of were actually intentionally going into these projects with the mindset of maybe the peace tech field, then we could actually put the two skills together and try to create some impact. Maybe that's...
And we can do that in Austria. We're going to do it through the Peace Tech Alliance. We're going to do it. Should we go to the winner?
Oh, yeah. We want to talk about the... Okay.
You go.
The images. I hope you voted. Did you vote?
Well, lots of people voted. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, great.
You're my hero. Do you want me to do it?
So I'll go do the suspense now.
And well, I've gone past it. It's this one, Surveillance Skyline. So I drew these from scratch because I thought I should do something a bit arty since I'm at Ars Electronica. So this is the meaning for this is peace at risk being captured by states or corporations. Tools meant for safety can become infrastructure of control, excluding communities from shaping how technology is said. So again, panic, yes or no? So yes, fear of domination, exclusive and loss of trust. And no, shared governance of tech, transparency, and community ownership, rebuilding trust, because that's really important. Do you have any closing thoughts on the image?
I think, I'm just trying to remember the other ones. I think that's really nice that, I think it just speaks about like the moment we live in anyway, like with surveillance and...
I thought, can you put, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, so they can
they can actually see now.
Yeah, so I think it definitely speaks to the times we're living in, and yeah, hopefully we are flipping at some point to the panic no side of things. Yeah. I think that's what we are all working toward.
Yeah, I think again, I hate this word. Like we need more disruptors, but we do in a kind of a sense where, like not like an Elon Musk way, but actually normal people with lived experience of living in poverty or being poor and what real experiences are. If there's more people like that, then stuff like this will be shaped in a better way. So that's what we can do, mate, yeah? And we're going to do that in Austria, and you're going to come with us, yeah? Cool?
Any more questions before we wrap? We have 30 seconds. We have to be very quick. If not, thank you very much. And we are around. I mean, at least I'm around. So if you want to continue the conversation, we can also do that over a coffee or a drink. And
yep.
Yeah.
Vielen Dank. Bis dann. Dankeschön.
Thank you so much, Fernanda and Nathan. So So, as we close today, I want to return to something that has linked all conversations today. Panic is not only a private feeling, but a shared condition of the times we're living in. And in these discussions we had today, panic has been revealed not just as a symptom of crisis, but also as a force that constrains, but also transforms our imagination of what comes next. Today we have asked, what happens in the brain when panic takes hold? How do technologies amplify or exploit it? How does panic feed into authoritarian movements, wars, and disinformation? And when the world feels unstable, what futures can we still imagine? What we've seen is that panic narrows our vision, but it can also be transformed. Empathy can be cultivated, dystopias can be resisted, and even in times of complexity, new solidarities and new systems can take shape. So our task is maybe not to eliminate panic, but to transform it into awareness, into care, and into action. And this takes us directly to tomorrow, because panic, as we have seen, is not the end, it's the beginning and a signal that something must change. And so tomorrow we shift from reckoning with panic to imagining futures beyond it. The archipelago of possible futures invites us to break control and build democratic imagination, not as a traditional symposium, but as a series of focused exchanges between artists, policymakers, technologists, and scientists. Together they will ask, who builds the infrastructures that we depend on? Whose interests and politics do they serve? And how might we reclaim these infrastructures as spaces of collective action? So, if today has been about listening to panic, its roots, distortions, and dangers, tomorrow is about turning that energy outward toward rebuilding, reimagining, and reclaiming. May the next days be full of conversation and connection. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of Ars Electronica. So long, and thanks for all the fish.